5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Hello, my fellow Chuckle Chums. How are we doing? You know, I thought I got it almost well there. Let me just pop a Viagra in. Won't be 1 second. There you go. You see, it always works. The little blue pill. What can we do without it? And if different times, if you watch that... what's that film? Red pill, blue pill. I can't think. My mind has been blown with the team news today. Did anybody see me on TalkSport Breakfast yesterday morning? It was a pre-record. There's only about 30 seconds, if that, to be honest with you. But you may or may not have seen that. But go out and check it up. It is there. Thank you, Tom. Thomas has said Matrix. That's it. You see, if I'd have been in the Matrix, I'd have taken both just to cover myself. That's it. Talking about Tom, should we get him in and then we can talk Leicester? I know, but we've got to do it. Matrix, indeed. Hello, Tom. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I think like most Leicester fans right now, pills are probably the only way forward, right? Either red or blue, depending. Hopefully more the blue today, but we'll see anyway. But yeah, interesting team selection, Chris. That's really got us off to an interesting start today, hasn't it?
We'll come on to that in a second. I want to talk before we can, and I've got to say welcome along. Let's just say a quick few hellos before we start. Somebody was drunk last night, pre-chat as on morning coffee and fags now. We win this and we're too good to go down. Maddest curse relegates Spurs. And she thought that was at 10:41 last night. Well done, Joe. There's nothing like being early. And then you got, I think I was a tad tipsy last night. No, look, I tell you what, Joe, you're a Leicester fan. If you're only tipsy, you're not yet. It's going to get worse, believe you me. Spencer says, I thought you might actually change it up and play 3 at the back, but no, same old shit. Well, Craig was hoping that as well, to be totally honest. He was hoping that we, because if you saw the preview show, he picked the team that he thought Ruud would go for, which he hasn't. I picked the team that I thought Ruud would go for, and it was no chance in hell that was ever going to happen. And then he picked his fantasy team, did Craig. Great afternoon, Chris. What the fuck is that team? Exactly. How is we? Yeah, well, we're gonna come on to that. Average age, Philip. How you doing? Average age of our front three is 102. So combined age of our front three is 102. Wow. Hi, Chris. Hope you're well. I think we can win today, but not sure about the lineup. We will get smashed. Jim is in. Hi, Jim. How you doing, mate? From the good old sunshine state of Florida. Look, I'm wearing a sunshine shirt. Well, I'm actually not. I'm wearing a coward shirt because I think that's what happened with Leicester today. TM, the Tottenham fan, hello. How are you doing? Good friend of the channel. Always welcome here. Can't stay too long. Unfortunately, we have to. Even worse team than the last 2 games. No youth, no new players. Does he want the sack? Maybe he does. Very, very quickly, though, just want to touch on the news. Top paying off £124 million. Now, I've had 2 sort of opinions on this. Kieran Maguire was obviously the financial expert, says Leicester City owners write off 124 million of loans by converting into shares. This means they will not be hit by the Premier League's invented interest charge. Interesting, he chooses invented interest charge for PSR purposes. Rob Tanner, on the meantime, said to me, Rob, will this writing off help towards PSR? Now, he said not really, no. It just tidies up the club debt. 420 million, which is what he's paid off. Now it all in together, now impressive. That's why I say they don't have financial problems. They have pots of money. They just aren't allowed to spend it because of PSR. Having said that, converting shareholder loans could be included in a PSR mitigation claim if City think they're going to be charged, which seems increasingly likely. Thoughts on that, Tom?
Well, like you, mate, I'm sort of in 2 thoughts about it. I mean, my first thought was ultimately, at least we're not in a Sheffield Wednesday position from a couple of years ago when they turn up on the first day of the season and their chairman asked their fans for more money because he spent X amount and the club was underachieving and he demanded more from the fans. So I think, going back to the real bottom base of this, it is still the right ownership for the club because they will reach in and they will put the money in there that is required to make the operation run if they could. We got our complaints about the system with football. I mean, I don't think there's anyone outside of maybe 1 or 2 clubs, including some of the top 6 club fans, who would say they really like the system the way it is. It's restrictive. It really doesn't allow the game to really be at its best. And but beyond that, like you say, there's also an element of he shouldn't have to be doing it because we should be run better. And that also comes from the same department. And that's where the disparity comes, Chris. And that's why we see all the problems we're seeing off the pitch right now. So I'm delighted that he is still willing to do it because, he's taken a lot of abuse recently as well. And it must be hard to reach in and pay X amount of millions when you're taking that amount of stick as well from fans. So, yeah, I think there's that to be said in the positive. But I would also like to see like a more open communication, just rather than money just being thrown at it, I guess.
Yes, I mean, can't argue with any of that. Very succinctly put. I mean, a lot of fans are saying like, well, when there's bad news around the corner, release a good news story and it gets buried. You're not going to please everybody all the time, unfortunately. A lot of people are saying, like you said, well, you should have got it right in the first place, etc., etc. There's no pleasing everybody, is there? And that's the problem. I have been, and I was said this again with Craig on last night. No, not last night, Friday night. I've been very critical of Top. I've been very supportive of John Rudkin. I'm now very critical of John Rudkin. That doesn't mean that I hate the club. That doesn't mean that I want Top out. And that's the thing. You've got to be careful what you wish for. Top sells the club. Who are we going to get in? We're saying, oh, let's get the Arabs in. Well, if we were such an attractive proposition, they would have been in already.
Well, exactly, Chris. And this is the problem, isn't it? Because, we can look at it this way. Leicester City is potentially a big brand to someone, is potentially a big company, like a Manchester United or whatever else, and we could be utilized as such. But the problem with that is it becomes more soulless, doesn't it? And when it becomes more soulless, we have a problem where we will see the increase in ticket prices. We've complained enough so far about the little increases we've seen along the way, but look at Aston Villa this season in the Champions League. They're having to pay a fortune for these games, and a lot of that's probably PSR related as well. But
I think we had 5 seasons in the Premier League, if not 7 seasons in the Premier League, where there was no season ticket price increase whatsoever.
Absolutely, and that sort of thing doesn't create a lot of noise unless it's a negative noise, does it? There's a lot of things that are easily forgotten in times of hardship and in times of difficulty that are good things that have always been there. I think the biggest shame of it is, Chris, is and we'll get onto this as well with the team selection today, I'm sure, and it's a nice lead on. But behind the scenes, like Top has that character of the sort of person I would like running my club. But I seem to think now the people around him and the group, be it the players, be it the coaches, be it whoever, we can't quite ascertain it. It's all noise. It's not in the same place that he would like it, and he doesn't know where to turn to almost to fix it. And that's what's frustrating about him. I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing right now in the disparity.
Yeah. All right, let's get on to the team news. And like I say, we're always going to start this show off with sort of any news that's first. Let's have a look what people are saying. Sean Dyche is waiting in the wings. Well done, Top. Will it go into players? He's not put money in. He's written money off. That's the difference. Right, he can't just throw money at it because of PSR, and that's the problem. Love it or hate it, but he's written off the debt. And there's no club out there with the debt, but I suppose the question is how the hell can Manchester City go out and spend £100 million in the last couple of weeks and get away with it? But look, that's another story for another show. Jim says really puzzled at that lineup. You, me, and the rest of the country, I think. Yvonne, hello, Chris. Hi, Yvonne. How are you doing? And all here we go soon. Fingers crossed. I will be a Leicester fan till I die. Look, we'll always love the club. Criticising the club does not mean you don't love the club. In fact, if anything, I'd say it actually means you support the club more because you're wearing your heart on the sleeve and criticising. Be interesting to see what Rude's explanation is for this starting lineup. We might get Steve Bruce with a takeover. Exactly. Not interested in new ownership, new front office leadership, and a new manager if needed. Yeah, I mean that's all we can say. He's going to make some wrong decisions. And look, football's football. Look how Man United dominated. Now look where they are. Look how Liverpool dominated before before Fergie at Man United took them. Was it 13 or 23 years to win the title again? The issue is the board. Woyo has joined a yo-yo club. Good one, Gray. And Gray says it's understandable. Right, let's do this. Let's jump into the uncharted waters that is team selection. You can see it going across the bottom there, but just for a little bit more. Well, let's talk through it. New graphics again. When wouldn't it be a Leicester Till I Die show without new graphics? And just for the fun of it, let's make everybody feel really bad, and we'll put the Premier League bottom bit of the table up there as well, so we can see. Would you have said this season at this point that we will only be 10 points behind Tottenham? If somebody said that to me at the start of the season, I'd have bitten their hands off. But there's no way would I have thought Tottenham were down here. We've lost 7 in a row, Tom. Are we going to lose 8 in a row?
I fear we will, Chris, because we've got history with this, haven't we? We're the gift that keeps on giving to a club that's in a difficult spell. And I mean, Tottenham, let's put it this way. If you put any sort of heat against Tottenham, they become a chocolate fire guard. The problem is the most heat we're going to be able to bring is if we spark a match. And we haven't got any sort of flamethrower at our disposal to come at them. So, and the scary thing is that every team selection we see now kind of makes us roll our eyes. And I think a lot of it, like we said in the chat briefly a minute ago, comes down to formation. We're kind of stuck on this formation. We're kind of stuck in a similar team turning up, and we're losing, and we're losing, and we're losing. And I think the great thing about this, Chris, is look at the picture they've chosen on that lineup, and look, he's praying. And I think that's all of us right now. Literally, it's like, yeah, please, because we need to pull something out of nowhere, because we lack character, mate. I was thinking about this yesterday. We lack character. That's a big problem for me. We need more character in this team.
All right, I joked earlier about wearing this yellow shirt because we were a team full of cowards. Should I give this shirt to Van Nistelrooy? Has Ruud Van Nistelrooy lost his balls? Has he got no, we thought that Steve Cooper used to play it safe, week in, week out. Steve Cooper looks like Indiana Jones next to Ruud van Nistelrooy, doesn't he? I mean, the guy, he seems to like bottle the decisions. I'm not a fan of Dakova Reed. I hope he proves me wrong today. But go for it. Where the fuck is this youth? We've called all these youngsters back, some of them injured, some of them not. We're supposed to have, we've got this fantastic fucking training ground that is absolutely the biggest white elephant going, I think, in the world, because it is supposedly producing all these wonderful young players, and we ain't fucking seeing them. Not even on the subs bench. Is Ruud the biggest coward in the Premier League at the moment?
Well, I think he could have lost the dressing room already, Chris. I mean, we commented about how Cooper was managing them at times, and Cooper seemed a little bit like sort of I'm not going to say afraid is the word, but there was a vibe of like, he was respectful of the players to a degree of, I think he understood the environment more. I think Ruud's gone in there quite heavy-handed, obviously, tried to make some big plays early. And we're starting to hear noises of dissension, and we're starting to hear potential that maybe not everyone's on board again. And it's exactly like we were with Steve Cooper, Mark II, just probably coming from a different part of the team, which shows you, like I say, the cultural problem we have. I've thrown this at Manchester United for a long time, mate. Their culture is awful. I didn't realise how bad our culture was until we've got to these last few weeks, and I've gone, I think Ruud leads that, and I think you're right. He might have already lost his bottle, sadly, and hopefully will be proven wrong today by a strong performance. But time is very much not his friend right now.
Well, with this change, which is Dakova Reed coming out. Oh, I mean, look at the wings. Dakova Reed on one side, AU on the other. AU is, I keep saying it, and if anybody hasn't seen it yet, get onto the BBC iPlayer. Search the football show. I don't know. I mean, Tom's nodding his head there, so I don't know whether Tom's watched it or not. But
it was very good. Yeah, it was very good, Chris. Yeah.
Mark Albrighton was on there, and I was on there. And I say, do check out the breakfast show from Talk Sport. Talk Sport with Alan Brazil. It was a pre-record that I had to do, but I was added in. And look at that. AO is not a starter. Dakova, those are players that you bring on if you're winning. Probably you could say they would never see him again. But that they're not starters. And it says here, this is a Leicestershire Live, and you touched on this. It means that Buenete is again only on the bench, but that is not too great of a surprise following reports of a heated exchange between the Argentinian and Van Nistelrooy following last week's loss to Fulham. Look, we've had stone-headed managers before. We've had what's the word I'm looking for? Instringent, is that the right word? Or it
sounds good to me, mate.
We've had Pearson. We've had, but there's going in. I'm the boss, and this is the way I'm going to do it. But there's also a way of, whilst doing that, of not ignoring what's being said.
Yeah, I think the thing is, Chris, you've got to do that in an authentic way. You've got to turn up and you've got to lead by example, not just say it. And I think Nigel Pearson is a good example because he was someone who came in and led by example. And if he wasn't willing to do it, the players that weren't going to have a chance, were they? I don't know what's happened. I mean, the game has changed since then. We've got to be realistic. In 10 years, we've seen a decade where now player power is more higher than ever. We see these things with Marcus Rashford at Manchester United, Dele Alli at Tottenham, where these world-class footballers that 10 years ago never would have got lost along the wayside have been lost. So there's something in that's changed, which you need to be a very good, I think, manager nowadays to navigate. And we called Cooper out for it, didn't we? We didn't think he was, but the irony is perhaps we didn't know the environment as well as Cooper did in hindsight, because now Van Nistelrooy's gone in and look at what we're seeing come out. And you always say there's no smoke without fire, and it's quite concerning, some of the things you're hearing, because ultimately, Chris, if Buenotte's not going to get a look in, he might get pulled out by Brighton, yeah?
Indeed. Or we might send him back. We've hooked it up with Edouard, haven't we? And again, that's on another show. Look out for My Life's a Pitch podcast on the YouTube channel. But I don't necessarily think getting rid of Steve Cooper was the wrong decision.
Neither do I. No.
But in hindsight, maybe appointing Rude was. And I'm saying that, and I'm useless at this football game. I said Cooper would have been one of my choices because he could have kept us up. And who knows? It was better. Technically, it was better under Cooper. And I wanted Rude. Maybe that was on the fact that he beat us twice within 2 weeks. And hindsight's a marvelous thing, but it does seem to have been the wrong decision. You want a manager that looks at it and goes, okay, this is my belief, this is how I want to play, but we're in the fucking situation where that's not going to help. Let's play 5 at the back, 4 at the back, 2 at the back, whatever. Let's play that way to get us out of this shit. And then when we're still in the division next season, then we can look at introducing how I want to play.
Yeah, doesn't this also show you, Chris, like why Brighton and Bournemouth have got ahead of us in the pecking order? Because they have a plan in place. So if they lose a manager, and then the navigation of that doesn't become too challenging for them, does it? And then we pick a flavour of the month, which is what it was called and what, the press have said. And it might have turned out to be true. And Ruud van Nistelrooy had a couple of good games against us for Manchester United. And that shows to me we don't have that plan in place. And it kind of shows me we're getting what we deserve from that. But like we say, the problem doesn't really sit with the manager itself. I don't think relevant of Cooper or Van Nistelrooy, we'd be much better off because the problem isn't really there. The problem's off the pitch. The problem's beyond that needs to be resolved. And it's interesting because we talk about the lineup and you talk about how players like Will Alves we always want to see and stuff like this. You talk about the training ground. You've got to be real. This training ground is the reason we're failing PSR. Because we have spent X amount of millions on it, like Arsenal did when they built the Emirates, and they had to spend a few years not spending money and making up for it. And they got through it. They got in the Champions League every year, and Wenger still got booted at the end in spite of that. But we got the same problem, like you say. If we're not going to use it, what is the point in putting ourselves into financial distress for some sort of giant golden elephant that makes us look amazing, but actually has no weight behind it in substance on the pitch? That is a big problem.
Indeed. Did it say a lot about this club that, and the where it is at the moment, that people are saying, God, we need Vestergaard at the back. And as Grace says there, Daka should have started. I mean, not so long ago, everybody was saying what a fucking waste of space Daka was. And as much as I defended him last season, I picked Ayew for my starting lineup today, but I did actually pick him up front over Daka because Daka, the old proverbial brothel quote, is that an indictment of where we are as a club?
It is, Chris, and I'll tell you why. Because the indictment is that every time we're seeing this team go out there and lose, we're then going, maybe Daka's not that bad after all. And then that person's coming in. Maybe Hamza's not so bad. He comes in, plays terrible. And then we swap it again. Maybe Vestergaard isn't that bad. He's been on the shelf now for a while. Maybe Soumare's the answer. He's been off in Sevilla doing all right, and he comes back here. Maybe it's Christensen. And the cycle repeats, mate, and we end up looking at this team and rolling our eyes and going, I just hope we're not going to be the team that gets done 6 by Tottenham today, because it's a sort of game where Tottenham have had a bad one and they do a good one. And you think, oh, no, we're going to literally be the biggest embarrassment here.
Any team that is struggling, any player that's not scoring, come to Leicester and, will be, like you say, the gift that keeps on giving. No Hamza Chowdhury in the matchday squad, it says here, ahead of his imminent move to Sheffield United. They're suddenly becoming a Tottenham B, aren't a Leicester B, sorry.
And the frightening thing is because they probably play twice as good for Sheffield United, which is the way it normally works out for Leicester players.
Maybe they'll be used properly. Scott says we have the next 2 fixtures and we bring everyone back into the fight, only speculating. I said this, I don't know where our next win's coming from if we don't win this one.
The scary thing is, Chris, is like if you look at the points, we have to win today because Tottenham are not that far ahead of us, and then we've got Everton next. So we've got to win, and we've got to probably win 2 in a row. We've not won in 7. It's going to be very hard now.
Is this side worse than the side that got relegated?
Yes. 100%, because we had Maddison and Barnes then, and they didn't have a good season. Their heads dropped. They and we didn't put the work rate in, and that's why we got caught short. That season was destructive to us, and maybe one before that as well wasn't very good either, Chris, to be honest.
Just to very quickly mention, Gray said about Okoli. It has been rumoured that he's been offered a move away. I would have started a Coley with Vestergaard, basically over Faze. I can't stand Faze. I think he's a waste of space. He should never wear a Leicester shirt again. Yes, Coley's made a few mistakes, but that is nowhere near as many as Faze has made. Maybe it's because he's not played as any. Rob Tanner did tell me that the Coley rumours are way off the mark. So, that's good. I mean, looking at yesterday's results, they actually went in our favour. And I know you're watching. Were you watching the City-Chelsea game yesterday?
Yeah, I watched that.
So
yeah.
We'll talk more about that later because the three of us here all went for 2-2, so we got that wrong. But look, Everton won again, so they look like they're out of trouble. And if you have a look at the table there, they are actually they are now in 15th. They're 40 points. No, what's this? Hang on, I've got the wrong table up. I've got last season's table up. Let me bring this one up.
You get the right one, Chris. When we first started the Premier League show, goodness me, all those months ago, one of the things I said to you was the thing that I feared with Everton was them sacking, Thingy and bringing in Moyes.
Yes, no, 100%. 100%. They're on 23 points now. They are 9 points clear of us. So you could say, and West Ham as well, who were the other team that were possibly in it. And look, I don't think Tottenham and Man United will be down, even if they are somehow dragged into it. So it's now any three from four for me. Wolves, Arsenal scraped, and I haven't seen the games, but Arsenal scraped through, beating Wolves 1-0. Thank you. Newcastle, are Southampton a threat? Who knows? If they suddenly start turning it round, they could actually catch us up. And of course, Ipswich, Liverpool did us a favour. So that means that if we can win today,
and
away from home, we've only won one all season.
Yeah. It's frightening, isn't it, Chris? Because Ipswich won this game, didn't they? Remember, they won away at Spurs, and that sums up like our problems. So we're looking at this game, we can't do it. And you're very right, mate. Everton's back-to-back wins, I think it is now. That's taken them kind of semi out of it. We'd have to win this and beat Everton next week to maybe drag them back towards it, kicking and screaming. But outside of that, it's us and three other teams. There's four teams involved, and we're relying on now Wolves being terrible, and they've hit a bit of a dodgy patch again, but they've still got Cunha, and I think, my word,
just go through some chats here. Thoughts on the lineup. Probably Mavididi was probably. See, I dropped Mavididi, but I actually stuck Alves out there. Why not? I know he's not necessarily a winger, but he couldn't do any fucking worse. Or failing that, for me, McAteer. Bonetti won't play again. He's been our best player. This is, at some point you've got to look at it and go, eat humble pie, and a 5-0 to Leicester. Prashante, I don't know what you're smoking, but can I have some, please? I'd like to see how BDCR does today. Look, give him a chance. Likes that Alex Rood won't tolerate discord. No, but you got to listen to. You can be pig-headed, stubborn. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Stubborn. You can be pig-headed and stubborn. And as a manager, you can say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And I've been a manager of a sales team before. And as much as I would always want to make the final decision, because that's my job, I would listen to what other people had to say.
Can I say something, Chris? I never managed the same anywhere. I always managed differently everywhere I was, depending on the environment. And I don't mean my principles are always the same. But it's interesting because what's being raised there was what caught Brendan Rodgers out at the end of his Leicester tenure, wasn't it? It's a very similar thing. He started falling out one or two people. Sinchu gets benched, and never plays. And we needed him to play in that relegation season because he was the best we had.
Yeah. But even if you manage, you still listen to people, didn't you?
Well, yeah, exactly, because you've got to understand people. And one of the best bits of advice I ever got in management was you got to appreciate that not everyone wants to come here and work here as a career. because I worked in supermarkets, which is true, 100% true. And you've got to work out why people want to be there and what they want to get from it. So it's a very difficult thing. But man managers do better in the modern game of football, Chris, I feel. Look at Guardiola and Klopp. They've got very good tactics, but they're very good man managers, aren't they?
Yes. And I think Brian Clough used to say it better, that the player wanted to say something, he'd come in, we'd sit, we'd discuss, and then accept that I was right and get on with it. but you would listen.
He would discuss. That's the point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, I dropped Winks. Can't see another 3 points. I mean, we've got Everton coming up, and we just saw then James, the Everton fan. You've turned it round, James. We're just saying there. Well done to you. Maddison's not playing today. Let's just have a look at the Tottenham lineup, which they do their lineup a little bit different, but I'm just.
And they've got a lot of injuries. They've got a lot of injuries as well, especially at centre back. They're playing great at centre back today. So really, there is no excuse for Leicester not to at least go and have a go at them today, Chris. But I think.
Yes.
I've been positive for a lot of weeks, as you know, and I've been bitten on the arse for it. So today I'm going to be a little bit less, a bit more pessimistic, perhaps in hopes that I can reverse karma it. But
a lot of rumours about Rude leaving. Again, Rob Tanner says, look, there's a lot of shit stirring going on social media at the moment. And why would a manager leave and walk away with nothing?
Well, exactly.
I know that. And fair play to Wayne Rooney for doing that at Plymouth, because it helped Plymouth financially, and let's face it, doesn't really probably need the money. But fair play to Rooney for doing that. It did help Plymouth out. But if he waits until he gets sacked, he'll get a huge payoff.
Well, exactly, yeah, and also he's also in a position where he's already walked out of one club, hasn't he? And he's meant to be like an ex-hotshot manager in some ways, and the circumstances haven't helped him if he's walked into 2 difficult situations in a row. But in some ways, that's got to be his challenge, and he's got to navigate around it, Chris, if he wants to be a top manager. Wayne Rooney hasn't managed to do it, with all due respect. I think he's a very likeable chap, and I think a lot of players speak well about Wayne Rooney, but it's not playing out on the pitch, is it? That's why Plymouth had to do what they did, and that's why Birmingham got relegated. So, it's similar, isn't it? A very similar principle with that, I feel.
Dino says, I think you can't blame the manager anymore. I'm afraid for me, Dino, yes, you can. The book stops with the manager. He's on a few million a year. He's got to make the right decisions. And if the players aren't performing, then it's his job to A, get them to perform, or B, change them for players who will perform.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Chris, as well, is his unwillingness to change the formation that's come up quite a bit as well, which is like, for me, is bizarre, because 7 games now, or whatever it is, in a row, and we're seeing the same. We're not seeing better. We're saying the same at best, and it's not good enough. So why you do the perpetual madness of sticking to the same thing, going, well, this is the best I've got, unless there is something going on behind the scenes where he's making a power play for more players. We don't know. Perhaps that is the case. It's all speculation. I hope not. I hope it's much more open and honest than that. But and then you go, well, maybe that's why it's all falling down a bit. I don't know, but.
Give me a prediction for this game. And don't forget, guys, if you prefer to listen to us rather than watch us, but I don't know why you wouldn't want to see these 2 beautiful faces. It's like a couple of babies' bottoms next to each other. I wasn't going to mention that. Don't worry, mate. I dare go down that. I don't want to get my channel banned.
I'm trying to keep it more composed nowadays. It was too long the other week, Chris. It was down to like here, wasn't it?
You did. You put it back.
Yeah.
But you can pick us up on podcasts. YouTube do a podcast. I still don't know how that works, but obviously all the main podcast platforms as well. But look, give us a score prediction before I let you go, Tom.
Right, well, what I'm going to do is, mate, because I've always, the last few weeks, predicted for a Leicester win from my heart. I'm going to predict from my head today and hope I calm us in the opposite way. I'm going to go for Tottenham 4, Leicester City 0.
Whoa, that's not just a loss, that's a stuffing. Now
I'm going by history.
Well, you see, I'm gonna go the other way. And if you fancy following me on TikTok for a bit of a joke, scan that with your QR code scanner. I'm going to go the other way because I was the only one that got a point last week because I predicted Fulham to beat us. Really, there he is.
Just showing everyone how it works, Chris.
Yeah, don't get the porn channel by mistake. And that, if anybody tries to follow me on TikTok, I've got one that's a personal one under my name. I won't allow that because that's a personal one, and I'm going to close that down soon anyway. So it is Leicester till I die. But I have gone. I got a point last week. I actually went 3-1 Fulham. However, this week I'm going for a Leicester win because if there's ever a chance of us winning the game, I'm not saying we will do, it's the hope that kills us and all that. But if there's ever a chance of a Leicester win, this should be it. And if we don't do it today, this to me, and I can't believe I'm saying Tottenham in the 6-pointer with the relegation. But if we lose this, I think it's good night Vienna, and we are down in the Championship.
Well, it's a big game, Chris, as well, because if we win, I do think Ange will get sacked. I really do. I don't think you can lose to this Leicester City team right now if you're anyone, honestly. And that shows you how bad I think we are.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you look at us and you look at Southampton and everything you would write about how Southampton are bad, etc. Just tip Southampton out and write Leicester in.
Yeah, we're definitely at the bottom two, unfortunately, aren't we, mate? But like you say, Foxes never quit. I mean, I question character on occasion. Today, ultimately, quality on pitch, whatever. Just please show me some character. Please show me you're willing to actually really go into them because this team is so susceptible. They'll push on to you. Just go for them and see what happens. You never know. You might make something magical happen.
We may well indeed. We can but hope. If not, we'll try smoking and see what happens. The players are coming out onto the pitch, mate. I'll let you go. I'll see you at half time. Thank you very, very much indeed. And we'll be back after this. It is the Watchalong.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch Along show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe. This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch Along show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
We will indeed. We will indeed. Here we go. Don't forget, 63 in. Smash those likes, please, everybody. It really, really, really does help the channel. We've got mods in today. James is in, and also Gray. Obviously, Gray is in. Thank you very much, guys. Let's. They will. If I ignore you, it's because I'm watching the game. It's nothing personal. So Only 8 players on the Spurs bench today. 5 of them are teenagers, and I think they said 3 of them have not had a Premier League minute. I think, but then again, he's got to be confident coming into this, hasn't he? Hi Jeff, how you doing? Hope you're feeling better. They are applauding for Gary Brook, an ex-Tottenham player. And just remind ourselves, yesterday it was Bournemouth 5, Forest 0. What a win for Bournemouth. We'll have the fan report in tomorrow night's show. Brighton 0, Everton 1. A very good win, 2 on the trot for Everton under David Moyes. Liverpool doing us a favour. Liverpool 4, Ipswich 1. Southampton, well, they just, thank God for Southampton. That's all I can say. 3-1, they lost to Newcastle. Wolves losing to Arsenal. And Manchester City beating Chelsea 3-1. Manchester City are back. Jim's gone 3-2 to Leicester. Big Ant Sin, thanks for doing us the favour yesterday, Ant. Go 65 in. Come on, we need to get to 50 likes. Nothing like begging. Nothing like bedding, told you. Indeed. Indeed. So Leicester now kicked off. They're all in blue, kicking from left to right. It's like a home game. Spurs in their normal white trimmed top, blue shorts and white socks. I have to say, the pitch looks absolutely massive, even compared to the KP. Interception there from Leicester. Oof. Phase. That should be a throw into Tottenham. I mean, Spurs fans love Ange, we know that, but how that get to a relegation battle and you suddenly that loses it all. Ayew who's on the that's going to be a free kick. Yes, Ayew on this near side. So Ayew's playing on the left. Kovarid obviously on the right. And just until we get some goal action, I'll leave the team running across the bottom for you as well. So Christensen gives the ball away with his pass in. Oh, El Canoes now. Vardy. Ayew's coming on this near side. It wasn't the best ball to him. Not taking advantage of that, really, but they had given the ball away, Spurs. And then so did Leicester. It's a throw in. Leicester, as I just said, not capitalising at all there. Archie Gray at left back. Wow. Tottenham breaking down that far side, though. Justin has seen the striker coming up, cut out by Winks, but straight to a Tottenham player again. Wasn't a good clearance at all. Spurs still have it. Of course, Anthony. Of course. Oh, Vestergaard just sticks a foot out there, which is what he does. Oh, El Canoes held back, but he's playing advantage, the referee. Well, good advantage. Ayew turns and goes backwards. So the attack goes back into defence again. I don't think Moyes would have come back to us, Gray. Moyes did not want a relegation battle, but it's Everton. And there was the pull of it there, wasn't there? That's the thing. I can totally understand why Moyes has gone back to Everton, even though he doesn't want a relegation battle. And Everton, no disrespect, James, I think Everton are in that relegation battle. And United have played, El Canoes. Oh, it's very high. That was unfortunate there. El Canoes played lovely, but wasn't able to get the ball across for Ayew. But it was a lovely bit of play. Oh, it's a free kick. Win probability 59% for 21% for Leicester, 59 for Tottenham. You thought I was going to say 59% Leicester then, didn't you? Oh, that was a breakthrough. Richarlison had the goal. Stolocic did very well. Came out there. Who's Fez? Apparently we got a defender called Fez. But Fez, no, he literally Fez there. Well, shit as always. But well done to Stolocic. Thing is, can you keep complaining about James Justin giving away a foul there? Thought he was trying to mount him. Hi, Stefan. How are you doing? Yeah, he got it wrong, Justin, and that's what led to him committing the foul. Andromeda, welcome along, sir. I missed your comment. 1-1, you've gone. Great. Sorry, Jeff, if you're feeling better, coming onto a watch along for Leicester is not going to help. 83 in. Smash those likes, please. It's free. Doesn't commit you to anything. And it helps the channel. I can't say that enough. It really does help the channel. Free kick on this near side to Tottenham. The referee's just holding things up. Now he's letting it go. He moves it an inch ahead of himself. But he must feel better for doing that, Son. 6 minutes gone. Oh, Stolocic came with a punch there. Well done. Christensen now on the far side. And it's out. No, it's a throw into Leicester. Stolocic, that was a good delivery from Tottenham there. It was curling in as Stolocic followed it through. And he got his hand to it and just forced it out to the left. And Christensen, that was good goalkeeping by Stolocic. To be honest with you, Jamie, it's pretty even at the moment. Leicester again. Oh, Ayew surged forward. He took the ball, and Leicester won the ball back again. Leicester caught in Tottenham 1 or 2 troubles here. James on this near side. Into Samari. Samari crosses the ball in. Oh, it didn't. The flick just took it away from the Leicester strikers there. Good to say that we've actually got strikers in the box. For once. Ping pong ball in the centre of the field. I think the problem with Spurs is because we know about our history with Spurs, every time they go forward, they worry us. Phase in the centre circle. A lovely ball. Dakova. It was a lovely ball out to Dakova Reed. He couldn't. He got his foot to it. Still, Charlie Hermanson is out injured. He's been out injured for weeks. El Canus plays it into the box, which would have set his teammate up beautifully, but it wasn't quite a hard enough pass, and it ends up going all the way back to Stolarczyk. Christensen winning the ball there. Oh, he's overlapped well. Oh, Ayew there went for replacement rather than power, but El Canus again broke down that left-hand side, got the ball in, and Ayew. I mean, it was a lovely break. Ayew's got his arms out saying, "I'm here, I'm unmarked," and he just went for the side-footed placement. Out phase. Oof, oof. Well, fast. Believe it or not, a bad back pass. Who knew? Now, Leicester tried to play Vardy soon, just the wrong side of the Tottenham player. This is a good start from Leicester. I've got to say, first 10 minutes. Yeah, just saying the tenacity about Leicester. Tottenham, no. Leicester in the ascendancy. It's the hope that kills us, Prashant. You know that. Christensen just marking his player there, forces the Tottenham player to play it back just inside the Leicester half in the centre circle for Tottenham. Oh, a lovely ball out to Son on this left-hand side. Got two players cutting him, closing him down, cutting him down. Thing is with Leicester, though, how often do we say they're the better team and we don't take advantage of it? And that is... Oh, Sarr shoots there, sorry. Straight down the throat of Stolarczyk. Comes to nothing. Yeah, James, the problem is, like I say, we don't take advantage of when we're on top. And that is the problem. You know, Fulham, we were on top. 0-0. Premier League is saying. No 0-0 in 97 meetings. Ayew's down. Oh, yeah, Ayew took a bump in the back of the head from Sarr. He's up. It seems okay. It was more the bottom of his neck more than anywhere. You're watching the same channel as me, told you. Look, if we're on top and then Tottenham get the first goal, our heads drop. Who knows? Oh, what a shot! Shot from there! Powerful shot! And Slotchik had to dive to his right to save it. Faze now with the ball up and under and out. What a save there from Slotchik. Looking confident, I should say. Great save. So the long ball over the top to Sarr. Oh, plays it in, but too easy in front of Slotchik, who collects it and goes down to just make sure that he's got it. It was a beautiful save. And I tell you what, not only did Slotchik save it, I think it was a double hand. It basically, I've got to say, he was blinded. I don't think he could see the ball coming in. Dived to his right, got his hands to it, but what he also did was force the ball out to the right, away from the goal, which was a good thing. Well played, Slotchik. Ayew. I've got James. James plays it into the box, but it's only as far as a Tottenham player. Oh. Kinski there had to go up to the top of his up to the top of it and over with the ball, knocking the ball behind and over the net, literally like that. First corner for Leicester from this near side. Remember, Leicester kicking left to right. Ayew's going to be taking the corner. Quarter of an hour gone. It's 0-0. Can Leicester take advantage? What a great time it would be for Vestergaard to nip up and get a goal. Ball in. Oh, wasted. They played it short. It was a short corner. Harry Winks playing against his old team, of course. Got it to Faze. Lets it go through. Christensen out to Dakova Reed. Can we see anything from Dakova Reed here? No, he can't even get the ball to get across. Oh, ball gone out there. It's Christensen. Blinded by the light. Indeed. Look, you say it's a song, I'm going to sing it. Ball hitting Ayew more than trying to control it there. And then he gives a foul away. This is a very large shirt, I've got to say. So Spurs coming ahead. Oh, lovely ball again. Over the top to Son on this left-hand side. Oh. Son there went past two defensive attempts to get the ball off him. Shot it just to the left. I think Slotchik got a hand to it. Yeah, he from the left. Oh, it was another good save by Slotchik. Corner comes in, headed clear by Ayew. And it's played all the way back into their own half by Tottenham. Tottenham doing a bit of a Leicester there. 81 in. Please smash that likes button, guys. 4 attempts by Leicester, none on target at the moment. 3 by Tottenham, all on target. They needed 3 good saves from Stolarczyk. But you've got to now say, are Tottenham getting back into this game? I think they are. Oh. Decision's gone against Sarr there. Referee saying, look, mate, don't, you're going to go down like that. I'm going to get the free kick away from you. Oh, he went down. Yeah, that was a bit of a dive. Well done. I want to say well done to the referee there. Robert Jones is the referee. Good call by him. Nothing comes of the free kick, though, despite Jordan Ayew's head on. Coming up to 20 minutes, still 0-0. Oh, Richarlison through, though. Oh. Charleston offside, but Stolarczyk saved anyway. Way off, honestly, offside. I could have driven a bus through that. And in the other game, which is obviously the Sky game, Crystal Palace 0, Brentford 0. Bit of a London derby there. Of course, coming up later, it's Aston Villa against West Ham United. Jamie Vardy. Kovacic was there. I had a few Tottenham players on him, so really couldn't do anything with it. Great by Leicester again. Vardy broke. Kovacic in the box, but was closed down by a lot of Tottenham players there. Leicester getting, when they get into that, when they're moving forward a lot better in this game, I've got to say. I should say, like I say, Aston Villa, West Ham is 4:30. Fulham, Manchester United at 7. Justin has a shot, but again, it wasn't the best shot, but it was a shot on target, and Kinski had to go down and collect it. One point here will not make any difference to Leicester because we're 2 points behind Ipswich. 21 minutes gone. Son. Always worries me when Son's got the ball. He passes it to the overlapping Tottenham player. To Gray. Playing out from the back. Still worries me. Look, and I feel for the Fulham fan, for the Man United fans here who have got to travel down to London on a Sunday night. I really do feel for them. Oh, yeah. Ayew giving away the free kick. I think Son knew what he was doing. But yeah, look, when does it matter about the fans? When does Sky or anybody like that? head tennis at the moment. Now, Weeks decides to use his foot. Now, Leicester can break, possibly down the far side. It's halfway through this first half. It's 0-0. We'll give away the ball again. Samare running forward, plays it out to El Canoes on that far side, who gives it away. Maybe they were thinking of this, Stefan. Maybe they were thinking of it. More Man United fans in London than Manchester, so they can get away with the 7 o'clock. I love it, Stefan. Love it. Of course it is. Johnny, how are you doing? Welcome along to the chat, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Do you remember when we had COVID and everybody was saying, like, well, you know, we miss the fans and, you know, it's not the same without the fans. Of course, when the fans came back, it's let's treat them like shit, like we always have done. Now, Spurs, don't know what happened there. The Dragusin, number 6 for Spurs, he had the ball, didn't have anywhere really to go, so he put it out for a Leicester throw-in. Oh, and then Christensen pushes. Yeah, showing a bit of passion there, Christensen, but there's no need to push the guy, needlessly giving away a free kick and giving away possession. So 4-3-3 is the route that Ange has gone down this evening, or this afternoon, this morning, this night. 4-2-3-1 is, of course, what Leicester have gone. It's a lot of chicken. Well, you can see the team going across the bottom there. Oh, and another free kick given away by Christensen. He says he got the ball. No, you didn't, says the referee. He said, look, that's where the foul is. That's where you're going to take the free kick from. You see, Leicester, when they get the ball, when it's given to, don't tend to sort of really do much with it. Over the top for Jamie Vardy, who takes the ball on this near side. Oh, it was a good effort. Vardy showing a little bit of pace there. Not the Vardy of old, like we always keep saying. Got the ball good cross, but unfortunately it just came off the foot of the defender that was marking him and fell very nicely for Kinski in the goal. 45 likes. That is great for this time of the match. If we can get it up to 50, that would be brilliant. I know, James, but I've got to say that I could not watch it without the fake noise. The fake noise wasn't perfect, but I preferred the fake noise to no noise. It's just like watching, like, you know, behind the closed door friendly. Didn't like it at all. Yeah, like you say, we're playing positive, but if we don't take advantage, then you're going to have to, you know, we're going to say, look, you know, why is the same things always happening? So Larchik came out well there to defend. Again, offside works in our favour this time. So Archer with the free kick. Long one upfield. Hey, over the top. Well taken by Vardy. No. Jordan Ayew was offside, apparently. Maddison there is in the stands. And I've got to say, Maddison did not ask to move from Leicester, and he's always spoken very nicely against Leicester. Thank you, Prashant. So I've got deep. I'm not. You probably can't. You can see it actually. I've got a signed Maddison shirt on the wall there. Great respect to him. And it did help us out with PSR as it happened. But no, I've got a lot of respect, a lot of time for Maddison. I say never said a bad word about this club. Totally agree, totally. Offside again, is it? No. Free kick to Tottenham. What went on here? Oh, yeah. Pull back. Christensen. Why do players put their hand on the opposition player? The chances are it's going to be a free kick, as it is now. Porro going to take the free kick here for Tottenham. Number 23. Arm up. Oh. Solarczyk got it away, but he ended up on his arse, but he got the ball away. Oh. Hit the woodwork, hit the bar. Oh. Good defending by Leicester, in fairness. Ayew just pumps the ball upfield just to give the team a bit of a break. Johnny, you're right, mate. You're right. KDH, Harry Maguire, James Maddison. I don't hold anything against any of those three players. Christensen with a header away for the cross, but they're coming forward in numbers at Tottenham. They're definitely back in this game now. One 0. Richarlison. What did I say? What did I say? We don't take advantage of being on top. It comes back and bites us in the arse. Barnes was the same, yeah. 1-0. Can't blame. No. James not picking him up, possibly, you could say. But again, not on top. That's what happens. Right, we've let them get in. We've let them get into this game now. We are now going to struggle. Took them half an hour. Only 5 times have we scored the opening goal of a game. Can I see any way back from Leicester now? No. James, just in there. Did I get a deflection? Looking for the quick reply. Justin. No, it took a deflection. It's a goal kick. I'm not sure, Stefan. If anybody can answer Stefan with that. Brad. He's Cooper out. Oh, sorry, he's Rude out. Cooper's out and Cooper's gone. We were better under Cooper. Points are saying that. Another corner. I tell you what, I don't think we've ever lost 8 in a row, have we? Corner came in, but it was a good punch out there by Kinski. Oh, he keeps it in, but doesn't do anything with it. Hit the 50 likes. Thank you very much, guys. Jim, well, thank you. I wasn't sure that this was a new record or we were matching an old record. We will match the old record. Can anybody answer Stefan with what games are coming up? I haven't got it on my screen. Faye, Richarlison straight between Faze and Justin. I have to say, Leicester at least are. I mean, in the form Everton are in. I mean, that was away from home as well, and normally Everton are a lot better at Goodison Park. Absolutely massive. Faze on the centre spot almost. Over the top to to Dakova Reed, sorry, who's unmarked. El Canouse is taken out, but no free kick to Leicester. But Christensen won it back. Oh, strike there from El Canouse, and it was deflected over. Larry, thank you. That Larry or Laurie? Larry. Everton, Arsenal, Brentford, West Ham. God help us. Another corner to Leicester. Getting the corners. If we can get a goal back before half time, because if we don't get a goal back before half time, start the second. Samari is he told for knocking a player over in the box? Oh, I mean, Benton Kerr went down like a prostitute's knickers on double time. No, we're not giving up yet. Yes, indeed, James. I think you've got to be the one that's looking favourite for that at the moment. Like I say, you even beat Brighton away. Fast with the header over. Benton Kerr was just bothered about keeping Samari off. Oh, look. top with everybody's favourite little cheeky chappy, John Rudkin there. Mr. Rudkin, probably looking there thinking, look, I got you a good striker in Edward. I made sure that they couldn't call him back. Why aren't you playing him? Well, it could have been a corner, that, actually. We certainly haven't capitulated. I've got to say, I'm not behind this protest at all. How's it really going to help things? You're going to say, well, we're letting the board and everybody know. Basically, Tony, it's because we're stuck with a player that the manager doesn't want to. Yeah, I can't say. I just don't think he's a good player. We won't. That's my personal choice. But then neither did Steve Cooper, and neither did Ruud van Nistelrooy. He doesn't even get on the bench. I think the hatred is the fact that we're not playing him, but we cannot get rid of him because of the stupid arse deal that Rudkin did. Faze gives away a free kick. Spencer, I'm guessing it's just from the training. We often say we don't know what goes on at training. Possibly it's something to do with that. I don't know. "41 minutes. Leicester lose the ball again. I think what we've done here is we've given confidence now to Tottenham. Is that a bad challenge? Let's have a look by AU. I don't think it's a particularly bad tackle. Yeah, we're paying him 80,000 a week. Could be 2-0 now. Oh, sorry, netted there. Was that Porro? Smashed into. Oh, I mean, he left Vestergaard, but then again, who doesn't leave? I could leave Vestergaard for pace. $80,000 allegedly is on, and that's why Palace don't want him back. For me, Bilal has been our second player of the game so far. Michael, how are you doing? Nervous for this afternoon? I saw your YouTube post. You weren't looking very happy with your local team, Newport. Numpty's being very kind there, Gray, I've got to say. Oh, Solarchik had to make another unorthodox save. 44 minutes gone. Be a bit of stoppage time, I think. To throw in halfway into our half on this near side for Leicester. 45 minutes are coming up. Oh, giving the ball away again. Oh, Vestergaard stuck his foot out there. Just 1 minute added on. Probably Southampton, Gray. I don't know. Spencer, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go off and get one at half time. That's true. That's true, Gray. You've answered your own question there, Gray. You don't need me. Oh, Sumari. Oh, got the free kick there, Sumari. I think it was the referee contact there. Solarchik. Well, there we go. It's half time, everybody. We'll be back. I need to go and water the plants. I also need to go and get a cider. So we'll be back in a few minutes. We're losing. No news there. But we're actually playing half decently. So let's not lock it. Back in a few minutes, guys, with the half-time analysis. Oh, there he is. Tom, I've just got to load something up. Talk to me about the first half.
Well, it's the broken record, isn't it, a little bit? It's very much, we've been in the game, but we've conceded a goal, which the Premier League quality goal was a great crossing. And all of a sudden, then we're 1-0 down like we usually are. And we're going, this is a mountain now we've got to try and climb. But ironically, Spurs at the back, they've got a lot of space for us to try and play into. And I can see how Ipswich won this game by just being a bit more on the forefront than we've managed to be in the first half. So, it's ironic because it is a broken record scenario for me, Chris, and that we're not quite getting there. But I'm more feeling that the quality we've got isn't good enough, really, and that's been shown up again. But there is space there for us to attack, and I think that's more so unlike another game we've had recently. So I still feel we're in this.
No, I do as well. We've played well, but from what you were saying, and I take it on 100%, would we have taken better advantage of this if we hadn't had Hayu and Dakova Reed and we'd possibly had, Brenette and McAteer on?
Yeah, I would say the one thing I would change at halftime would be Ayew off and Binotte on. And the reason why is that Ayew's been given a few balls now in, long balls over the top to try and play him into space, and he's not been able to control it or handle it very well. There's other things he's done well, I think, actually. But unfortunately, when we're playing in this style, which is the bugbear we've got about Rude a little bit building in the background, if you're going to stick to this style, then you've got to put the best players out there. And Binotte is a better option than Ayew.
Definitely. Spurs have only got 8 players on the bench. 5 of them are teenagers.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point. I mean, this is what I was saying about they're there for the taking, because defensively they got Gray playing, who's normally a midfielder, and he's playing a centre back, and there's space there, Chris. We saw it in the first 5 minutes when Ayew had that chance where he took an extra touch. I was thinking, just hit it through the guy's legs. The goalkeeper's inexperienced, so it takes a bobble. It's going to go in the net. We'll 1-0 up after 4 minutes. Happy days. And that was something I saw better than what we've seen recently. We saw a little bit more of we're willing to take that chance on rather than hold it too much and then lose the opportunity, which is better. But then we've also been kind of calmed by giving the ball away a little bit too much as well. So it's a difficult balance. It's one of those where I feel like we're facing like the same problem we've had for the last 7 games. But now in this moment, if we can hold our mental strength in the second half when they've got a bit of space, we can go and maybe still win this,
My worry is we're always shit at the start of the second half. And I can see...
Yeah, that's a good worry.
Sorry?
I was going to say, that's a good worry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. We always can, we can always susceptible to conceding at the start of the second half. And if we go 2-0 down, we've lost.
Yeah. That's it. That's true. If we go 2-0 down, mate, it's game over for us, isn't it? But the thing is, unlike Crystal Palace, for example, Crystal Palace are tighter defensively than this lot. I mean, we just need to get more on that front foot. I say again, there's a reason Ipswich managed to win this game, and it's because it suited them. And Tottenham are down where they are for good reason, because you look at them at the back and you go, other teams are picking them apart and taking advantage of this. And I'll put it this simply, Chris. If we want to be a Premier League club next season, we have to win. Because this team is giving you every chance with how they're set up to go and win a football match. And they don't normally give you this chance, so take it. If you can't take it, we're not good enough.
Definitely, for me, Ayew off, Dakova Reed off. I'd even say Mavididi on and Brenette on. And I think with those 2 changes, he won't do that. He won't do that at half-time. He won't even do one of those, or that's probably the maximum he would do. But I would say, look, they've only got 8 subs on the bloody bench anyway. You know what I mean? 3 of them are only half-decent players, and the other 5 are teenagers. And I think 3 or 4 have never even played a minute of Premier League football. Do the changes now, go on the attack, and force them into doing something. And Brad sent me a message at half-time, actually saying, and as he said in here, Rude out. But I've got to say, if he doesn't do that, I'm beginning to think, well, maybe he should.
Well, this is it, because the opportunity is there. We can all see the opportunity is there. And it's not usually there for us. We're having to work a little bit harder. And the difficult thing is, Chris, of course, when we've been facing such adversity for such a long time, speed going forward, good point. That's where we've shown a lot today. And you're right there, Prashant. Good comment, my friend. But we need to be able to get ourselves on the front foot now in this position.
Hang on, I've got a noise coming.
Oh, I can hear it. I always say this is the best watch along, Chris, because as soon as the goals go in against us, you've got to increase the percentage. So by now, guys, all of you need to be opening a can or whatever you've got, and whatever floats your boat nowadays. We've seen what these Premier League VAR officials get sacked for. And just go out there and enjoy the second half. But yeah, it's Chris, I'll pass it back to you because I lost my train of thought there, to be completely frank.
No, I mean TM, she's a Spurs fan. You guys have definitely played better. Spurs seem to be chasing, not getting much control of the ball. But I said this right after about 10 minutes. I've got down here, good start for Leicester. Tenacity, which was a word that they used on screen, tenacity about Leicester City. And yet we don't take advantage. And that's the bloody trouble.
It's Premier League quality as well, Chris. I mean, they've got Son. I mean, I thought Jacob had a very good first half for us, actually. When I was talking about maybe putting Iverson in instead, it was because I wasn't seeing that voice.
So far.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I wasn't seeing that voice that Mads brought to the goalkeeping position, which you need when you're a lower down club. And today I've seen it from Jacob. Obviously, the goal that went in, it was a world-class cross. Fies could have done better. He maybe could have done better, but he's young. But my point is that we need to be more positive and we need to really get on the front foot here, because this is an opportunity. If you don't take it, you deserve to get relegated. It's that simple.
James and Faye's cut apart for the Spurs goal?
A little bit, yeah, they were. I mean, I think they've both played okay, really, all in all, because ultimately Spurs' top three are still very good. I mean, Richarlison plays for Brazil. He's not someone who's actually rubbish, no matter how bad he can play on occasion, And I think Kulusevski is one of the most underrated players in the Premier League. I think he's that good. So I think it's turn up the attack, like Jim was just saying there. Ironically, I said it exactly the same time, Jim, well said. Turn up the attack. We've got to get them on the back foot, because if we're going to sit back and give them the chances, they've got that little bit extra quality. So we've got to fight more. Fight. Foxes never quit, Chris.
Well, you say they never quit, but we have a lot of times this season, I'm afraid. I mean, all right, the defence. I mean, I can see us coming on this second half and Justin will go off and Koulibaly will come on. Like, I don't give a shit whether Koulibaly comes on at the moment. There are more important changes to be made. And I don't think he's got the balls to do it.
And isn't this the sort of game you might want to change the formation up and maybe bring in another attacking element to their defence because they're vulnerable there? Will he do that, Chris? That is a good question. We're getting doubts now, and we hope Rude's going to prove us wrong in the next 45.
We said at the start, didn't we? Wrong formation against a team that's not playing very well, and I think that's proved it again that Rude hasn't got the nous to be a top-class manager. All right, he won a couple of games at Manchester United. 2 of those were against us, which probably says it all. He's a name. I don't think he's got the balls to make the right decisions.
I think the problem is, Chris, he's stuck too much in one system, because I think if you play this system with this Manchester United team, they'd probably be doing exactly the same, if not be slightly better than under Amorim. And the reason why is because they're more used to it. Amorim's doing something very different. But to try and just drop this formation into this team right now, when they've proven they can't equal the Bournemouth playing this way, they can't equal the Brightons, and you can't move beyond that, that is a big worry, because we haven't got the players coming in. And that's the other option. You go out and sign the players to do it.
Indeed. Only 5 times this season, Leicester have scored first. That says it all. Look, players are coming out. I'll let you go, mate. Thanks very much for coming on. I will, as always, see you at full time now when we'll be joined by Wayne, Jim and Brad. I will see you then. Thanks so much.
Cheers, Zib. See you then. Come on, Leicester.
Come on, Leicester, indeed. Right, let's get it set up for the second half. I don't believe there's been any changes. Who knew? I think Rudy's out of his depth. Yeah. We all want him to do well. And obviously, he's the sort of player that will attract players to the club. But he is out of his depth, I believe. Right. So we're about to kick off for the second half. And we have done. And Leicester 1-0 down. It's 0-0 in the other game, by the way. Palace 0, Brentford 0. They've just kicked off for the second half as well. No changes at half time. So he hasn't got the balls to do it. And Leicester kicking now from right to left, and they are all in blue. Spurs kicking left to right. With the white tops, blue shorts, and white. Oh, giving the ball given away again. Jamie Vardy scores! Did I say we are susceptible in those first minutes of the second half? I know what I'm talking about. Do I fuck? We actually managed to put the ball into the box. Christensen went down. Two players were down. The Tottenham player got up. Ball played out to Dakota Reed. Plays it in. Bit of a mess up between the defence and the keeper. Let's have a look at that more. Sumari with the ball through. Dakota Reed plays it into the box. Vardy could not miss. It is 1-1. Get the fuck in now. Let's go ahead. Let's do this.
Go! Back of the net.
There we go. Just updating the score, guys. Yeah, if anybody was late coming back from the piss at half time, you'll have missed that. 1-1. Game on. Larry, no spoilers. Yes, you want warning because you knew, Larry. There are no spoilers in here. You will be banned. Wait until I say it. I am, yes, indeed. Vards, get in, boys. Come on. Ooh, Jamie Vardy. Don't know what the free kick was for, but the free kick being given. This is it. Jamie Vardy, Yvonne. Jamie Vardy scored. It's going across the bottom there. Wow. He's past it, isn't he? He's past it. In fairness, my mother could have scored that and she's dead. But will Leicester, though, we've got to just hold on. We've got to ride out this storm that is going to be Tottenham's response, I think. Oh, yeah! 2-1! Our Canoes! Unfucking minutes. What a start to the second half. Leicester City go ahead. El Canoes was given the freedom of the Tottenham Hotspur ground. Sumari won the ball. Dakova Reed plays it into El Canoes. El Canoes, nobody shutting him down. He takes his spot right in the bottom corner. El Canoes scores. It is Leicester City taking the lead. Tottenham 1, City 2, 49 minutes. What the fuck is going on? Somebody tell me, please. I don't understand this fucking game at all. I don't believe. Well, I have no idea. Here we go. Come on. God help me. Oh my good God.
Go! Back of the net.
I don't understand what's going on here. 3 minutes 14 seconds. Are we seeing Ange departing Tottenham Hotspur this afternoon? I'm going to say all credit. Thank you, TM. TM, who is a Spurs fan, a great friend of the channel. She has applauded the fact that we've gone 2-1 up. Respect to you, TM. Respect. Somebody pinch me. When does pinching turn into self-harm? I don't know. Tottenham are crumbling. Well, Leicester, hey, this is Leicester. Can we please, let's keep a lid on it. Let's fucking not keep a lid on it. Let's just enjoy it. Vardy back on the Red Bull. Oh, well. We can let them have. You can let him have. John Rudkin, Jim Dom, all three of them could go to Tottenham and help them out. I'm on the promise if we win. You'll be scoring as well then. Spurs are about to make some substitutions. Relegation is coming on. Oh my good God. Ayew on the far side. Suddenly Leicester got a spring in their step. Can he get the ball in? Oh, Vardy there, going backwards. Oh, nearly cocking it up then, Spurs, but managed to clear it. Vardy had an attempt there. Somebody tell me what is going on. So changes for Tottenham coming now. Richarlison going off. The goal scorer is going off. I mean, he has scored their goal and he's been taken off. Archie Gray going into midfield, which is a good player, Archie Gray. Oh, Son's gone down the middle now. Whoops-a-daisy. See what? It's raining outside, but the sun is shining on me at the moment. Woo. Can we hold on? So we are currently, as it stands, dare I look at the table. I mean, like I said earlier, the thing about this game is that Wolves lost. But Spurs are coming back down this left side. 55 minutes played. As it stands, we are 17th. The corner to Tottenham. Oh, my God. Keep your fingers crossed, lads. Spurs now. The fans have found the voice. Well, we've got to make sure, because Tottenham at the moment, well, having gone 2-0 down, we survived the first bit where we scored the goal, and then we managed to go and get the second. We don't want to give away a goal just now. Let them work for it. Then they've got to start coming forward as the game gets older, leaving gaps at the back. Then maybe bring on the other players that we said at half time. Between you and me, Gray, me and Tom were completely off the fucking mark, weren't we? Oh. James Justin. Oh my God, Solotchik again got his hand to it. Thank God James Justin was there. At the moment, Leicester hanging on. Beltface can't get it away. And it's offside. Thank God for that. I love that linesman. I want his babies. It's doing the same here. That was a good break there. Oh, and he just got his hand to it, Solotchik, and James was just able to get there in front of Son. We are. Yes. I've got to say, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to put this up. Out the way, Donald, out the way. I went for a 2-1, I do believe. Let's make Leicester great again. Stop the match. End it now. Ben, no, it's there. It's in the chat. I love the linesman. Love it. Are you? Just calming it down a little bit. Canoes loses the ball, but he did have 4 Spurs fans around him. Johnny, it's going across the bottom, mate. Coming up to the half hour. Oh, that was not a free kick by James. No, even the commentator's saying he's not sure it's a foul. Yeah, Justin contacted the ball. Don't tell me he's been carded for the argument. Dakota Reed gets the yellow card. I suppose at least it's not one of our left backs. Did I, Jim? Probably because that was the last time we were in front. I'm presuming it was the West Ham game. I'm worried now. I am worried now. Oh, he's hit the post. It's the second time we've hit the woodwork. It's a goal kick. Still Archie going to take it. Not a good day to give up drinking. Oh, now Leicester can break. James Justin. He's got Ayo out to the far side. Oh, Leicester couldn't get the ball in, though, but we're going to get it through. That was a good break from Leicester. And, of course, all right, it didn't come to anything. And normally, of course, if we were losing, I'd have gone mad. But it does give the defenders... Stefan, it is indeed. Bonetti could put this game to bed. Well, so when we get breaks like that, that's when you need the speed on the pitch. Leicester lost it there. Oh, a nice ball through from Tottenham, but I've got to say, Solarczyk had it covered. Is anybody else pooing the pants? Now, Leicester managed to break that down. Canoose. Winks in the middle of the field. Out to Ayu on the far side. The third one would be good. They win it. They get the ball, Tottenham, but they pass it straight to Leicester. Back out to Ayu again on the far side. Winks. Samare in the middle. Looks to be just walking a little bit casually there, Samare. But again, we give the ball away, Leicester. Easily give the ball away. Oh. Clear that now. Can Vardy take advantage? No, he decides not to run to the goalkeeper. Johnny, we certainly do. Great. Told you. 65 gone. Tottenham 1, Leicester 2. Oh, but Porro goes to about 4 players. Oh. Johnny, you're going to have to send us a picture of that. Andrew's not happy with the goalkeeper cleaning his boots. He did say, actually, if we're losing, he wouldn't do. The goalkeepers don't do that. Or do it live on camera. We'll increase the views. Anybody else nervous? My daughter just said to me, "What's everybody doing?" I said, "Shitting myself live on cam." Can I just say, guys, we have hit 4,000 subscribers. Thank you so very, very much. I know some subscribe so they can talk and then leave. We've hit exactly 4,000. A few more subscribers just to keep it nice. But we've hit 4K. That may go back down after the match, though. Can I just say, there's a lot of players here. Dakova Reed, calm it down. We do not want a player to be sent off. Are all Leicester fans sex-starved or something? Because we're all saying that if we go ahead and win this, the wife's getting it. I'm getting it off the wife. The wife's not going to be walking very well tomorrow. What's going on? Well, that's Americans for you, Jim. What can I say? Thank you, Jeff. Please, nobody unsubscribe, or a couple of extra people subscribe just to keep me in, keep it there. Thank you, Gray. Rojo, you're missing a very good game because we are actually winning. Let's have a look at this. Oh, yes. See, that's what Ayu is good at. 2-1 up. Don't know about the holding the head because it was in your chest. Maybe if the players' wives and partners refuse sex, maybe that'll get them up for it more. Reguilon has been booked as well for his protest. Sure, Jamie Vardy's winding somebody up there. 69 minutes. Free kick on the far side. Doesn't look like any subs at the moment for us. Oh, not the best delivery for El Canute. It was a bit of a... it will go all the way back to Stolarczyk. Yes, it does. It was a bit of a daisy cutter there. Samare. Back to Stolarczyk. 20 minutes. 20 minutes that could define our season. Justin gives away a free kick. Now, Justin's has been booked this time. Maybe a time now to bring Koulibaly on. Koulibaly. Defending a wide free kick here. It's on the far side, almost equal with the penalty box, but right on the edge of the pitch. Oh. So Logic clears the liners again. Oh, and then it's over the top for a goal kick. So Logic is having a great game, I have to say, so far. And I know we got goal scorers on, but so far he's my man of the match. Which one, Gray? Westergaard just down on his knees. The Covery just giving a bit of advice. 11 attempts to Tottenham, 12 for Leicester, 5 on target for Tottenham, 3 on target for Leicester, and 2 of those in the back of the net. Yeah, I think he has, James. I think he has. Early yet, obviously still another 18 minutes to go. The only thing with the free kicks, it obviously gives them a chance. And now's another free kick. Ayo's gone down, holding his head. What it does, it breaks the game up. Oh, yes. Head on head there. I don't know if can anybody hear in the background the rain, by the way. Look, 2-1 up, and we're suddenly we're comparing ourselves to the top half. But love your enthusiasm, Tony. I really, really do. Jim, exactly what I said, mate. Exactly what I said. I'll tell you what, stoppage time is going to go on for like 40 minutes in my mind, even if it's only one. Advantage to Tottenham. Archie Gray went down. Vestergaard gets the header out, but only as far as a Tottenham player. James Justin deals with the ball there, kicks it up virtually to the halfway line. Tottenham are going to be coming at us now. What we need is a break. Always an awkward one for managers, let's be honest with you, for substitutions. Oh, offside. But Stolarczyk again, having the game of his life. Mad too. Yeah, it's absolutely. It's pounding the game. I'm supposed to be going out after the game. Oh, yellow card for Harry Winks now. Yeah. I think he took one for the team there, Harry Winks. So there are subs coming on. Brunotte and Daka are coming on. So, Keith, you're getting your wish. Vardy coming off. I didn't see who was coming off then for Vardy's just taking his time. He's giving the armband to somebody. The referee saying what, pointing at his watch. So El Canoes off again. Why? He's been one of our better players. Like for like. You and me both, Tony. I'm in Dorset and it's absolutely pissing down here. Well, Brunotte gets a yellow card. "30 seconds he'd been on the pitch." Corner for Tottenham. This will be getting the crowd going. And we need to take advantage. We need to get a break and take advantage. Oh, Faze. Faze doing well there. Cut out the cross. Not sure where Salarchik was. I think Salarchik would have got to it. Maybe there wasn't a call. I don't know. But maybe Faze was just saying, I've got this. James. There's my heart. Pass heading it just out of the box area to the near side, but it's chipped back in again, all the way across. So Larchik gets it again. He stays down there and he's tapping his foot against the floor. Still Larchik. I can see Ange isn't very happy. Referee's pointing at his watch. I mean, yesterday, did you see every the games yesterday? There was like 10, 11. There's so many minutes added on. I mean, I don't know whether this is a just saying on the commentary, there doesn't look like an injury. So into the 10 minutes, there will be a fair amount of stoppage time, I'm sure. Keep subscribing, guys. We can do with all those subscriptions. I think it's going to be a while, to be honest with you. Oh, Granete. No, I'm sure if that had been the other way, it might have been a foul, but it was knocked over, but no foul given. Faison Christensen. Samare, who loses the ball. I didn't look at the screen. Well done, guys. Thank you for the likes as well. Really appreciate it. It's gone out for a goal kick. Every time Tottenham come forward, I can't look. 68 likes. Thank you so very, very much, guys. And 4,000 subs. Appreciate your support. It really does mean a lot to me. I know we're not the biggest, and there's a yellow card. I think this is going to be for Jakob. You're going to have to be careful now. Great, kind words, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dino. We're not the biggest. Like I say, there's a lot that have started after me that are a lot bigger than me. I do this for a bit of fun, and hopefully it comes across as that as well. Should be very interesting. It'll be a nice post-match, if I'm honest with you, if it stays like this. 5 of us in tonight. I mean, yesterday, Wolves was a load, and welcome along. There was a load of stoppage time added on. The ball's through. Oh, played back though. Well intercepted by James Justin, who's had a good game. Thoughts on how Rude has gone to this game, how he's managed this game? We've still got Dakova Reed on. We've still got AU on. We've got Bonete now on in place of El Canous. And of course, Daka. I've not seen Daka do much yet. Has anybody else? Yeah, that went out. It came back in again, possibly the wind. Ronald, you, sir, are a gentleman. Thank you to everybody. Really do appreciate your kind words. Dino, thank you very much. And thank you, Gray. No, she's not today. She's gone to the match, but she's unable to come on. You wouldn't, Prashant. You wouldn't, I'm sure. They're attacking again, and I can't look. Another Tottenham corner. Justin doing his job in defence there. Brentford are leading Palace 2-1. How does that affect my 87 minutes gone there? That's not helping me at all because I had Palace to win it. I have gone 2-1 for this game. James, thank you very much. So kind words from yourself as well. So Archie, don't do too slow. You don't want to get another yellow card. Tottenham players are asking for it. Drops the ball onto his foot and kicks it long upfield. Headed back by a Spurs fan. Spurs fan? They didn't go out. Spurs player. Is he, Spencer? Yes, she will. I'm a bit disappointed. I don't know where that came from. I've gone for a Palace win. But there you go. Brad will be happy he's got a point. Well, if it stays that way anyway. Oh, offside for Daka there. Can I just say, Brad, if you're watching, 5-0. There's some more substitutions coming on here. I think this is probably a time thing. Reed is off. Skip is on. And Cody is on. Ayo is off. And Reed is off as well. So at the back, possibly. I can't believe I'm saying this to you, Tony, but get the Kleenex ready. So Tottenham have a bit of space here. Christensen just makes sure that Faz's head goes out, which it was going to go out for a throw-in, but he just makes sure that the Tottenham player can't get hold of it. 86 minutes. 3 centre-backs on the pitch now. 3 minutes left. I don't think how much injury, stoppage time, extra time, whatever you want to call it. Cheers, everybody. Is this our first away win? No, this would be our second away win. This brings Tottenham Hotspur and leaves them in 15th place, which is where they were obviously before. Everton are just a point behind them now, so Everton will be going for us next week. Leicester were out the bottom 3 as it stands on 17. But look, this is Leicester. Oh my God, 7 minutes. Seven minutes. I know I'm supposed to be commentating on the game here, but honestly, James is down. Is that a free kick? Faze helps him up. He's just stretching his ankle a little bit. The referee comes over and James he carries on. He just does another couple of stretches. But it will be a free kick to Leicester. No, it will be a throw-in to Leicester. Gray, can you move along? Can I get behind you with you, mate? And the fans are singing. They're singing the Vichai song. Throw in now to Spurs. We've got Daka on, who's got the speed if we do break. Daka's gone down. It's a free kick. And we're literally coming up to the... Look, we don't like Spurs and injury time, do we? If I had a dog now, I would be taking it for a walk. I really, really would. Please subscribe if you're new, whether you're joining with the chat or not. Samare using his strength to bring Leicester out. Oh, Winks gives the ball away, as the commentator said, gives the ball away cheaply. We've hit the 4,000, but I have a feeling that will go down post-match. So if anybody hasn't subscribed yet, please do. Not sure what likes we're on. Ben, please don't call your partner a dog. Not on telly. It's not nice. It's not nice, sir. I jest. Okay. Just trying to take my mind off the game. At the moment, Leicester doing a really bad job of trying to get it clear. Faze just sticks his foot underneath it and his boot through it. I'm surprised you could say that, Gray. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Oh, and Daka goes down. He's holding his head. Pedro Porro arguing with the referee. There you go. Susan Whelan, John Rudkin, and Topple sat there. Not a smile between them. They're leaving Susan off the screen and just concentrating on Top and John. Ah, Spencer, appreciate that, mate. No Wolves. I'm sorry, guys. I know. And there's another Koulibaly. Substitution. I'm not sure who's gone off for Leicester. I missed it. Oh, Justin. I suppose that makes sense. Koulibaly now. Gave the ball away, but then he won the ball back. 2.5 minutes. Say, not a good day. Not a good day to give up sniffing coke. Somebody said earlier. That's a joke, by the way. So launching again, but it was offside. Let's have a look at this. Great save from Stolarczyk there. Thank you, Ben. Your bum is twitching. I've got a great big pile of poo hanging out of mine nearly. Oh, good. Well done, Harry Winks. Brunette plays it, just bumps it upfield. Daka wasn't going to get to that, and he goes all the way through to Kinski. I wonder if he's married to Natasha. Think about it. Think about it. Into the last minute. I can't watch. I cannot watch. Oh, it's a corner. No. 30 seconds to go. I'm sorry, Stefan. I'm sorry. It's a corner. 25 seconds to go. I'm sure there'll be a little bit added on top of that. Daka gives away a free kick. Taken quickly. Christensen gets on. 97, the 7 minutes are up. The 7 minutes are up, everybody. We've just got to wait for the final whistle. Come on, referee. Put your laughing chops around that piece of metal and blow it. That's a free kick to Leicester. Well done, referee. Wow. That surely will be it. Surely the referee, I thought he'd blown for full time, but he hadn't. He'd blown for a free kick. 93 of you in. Get subscribing, get liking, do it all. This is going to be so important. Stolarczyk there, being told where to take the free kick for. Just boot it upfield. Put it in the opposition half. Don't fart about at the back. Ruud van Nistelrooy can't decide what to do with his snood. Free kick to Leicester again. Yes, in our half, but in the centre circle. Ange is looking passive. Is Ange going to lose his job? That's the question. Surely now, with 98 minutes and 25 seconds. Come on. Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes! Yes! Yes! Yes! Oh! 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 Oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
We have won, everybody! Leicester City have stopped the rot. Ange has lost again. Will this be the end of Ange? We're going to find out. I'm going to go for a piss and get rid of this shit that's been hanging out my arse for the last 20 minutes. I will see you soon. Do not go away. We will be back with a post-match reaction. And we've won. And we have won. OMG. How? I forgot what this feels like. We'll be back.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch-Along show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Oh, yes, indeed. And I can see Tom and Jim are in the chat or in the green room. I'm just waiting for the other guys to join us. Hopefully they won't be so long. Can I just say 3 points, not only for City, but for me in the prediction league as well. I don't know why Wayne's not here, because he also got 3 points in the prediction league. Is this what it feels like to win? I can't remember. Excuse me, I've got a mouthful of food. I've not eaten today yet. I'm literally just snacking on crisps and anything I can get my hands on. Look, let's just go and finish here. Let me just get some comments in. Well done. Thank you very much. TM, who is obviously a... tell you what, actually, Tom and Jim, if you are able to, can you message Wayne and Brad for me? Just check that they are coming in. Thank you. Yeah, TM, look, you're a lady. Spurs fan, and you've come on to congratulate us. Is that the end for Ange? Well, who knows? Yes, what a relief. Yes. We had it, Ben. We had it. Get in there. What a performance. Well done, boys. Huge comeback win. What a result. Get in, boys. Get in. James, well, who's an Everton fan. It'll be a big game next week. Well deserved from you guys. Fair play to Leicester. Tottenham are in so much trouble now. They're in the scrap along with Man United. We're not out. We're at the bottom 3. We are indeed. We ain't all heard it in a long time. I know. And exactly. Rude 1. Us fans 0. Who finished 3rd in a 2-horse race? I love it, Gray. That's been a long time coming. Well done. We watched the rest of the programme on catch-up. Many thanks, Chris and chat. Cheers, Jeff. You look after yourself, mate. Tony, absolutely wonderful. LCFC forever. Come on. I'll get through these in a second. Goalie, can't spell his name out of the match for me. LCFC Grey, we are staying up. We are staying up. It's 1 win. But let's celebrate. Let's do a Coventry. Let's, and now they celebrated when they beat us last season. And Leeds as well. Let's do one of those, shall we? It's been that long coming. It feels as if the good days are back again. Tom, you said they need to do something against the Spurs team, and they did it. Maybe this team were watching this video. Oh, God help us if they were. I need to write us off more often. I think Pastor Notler will be sacked tomorrow. I see what you did there. I'm off there. Thanks for coming in, James. Take care, buddy. We're at the bottom 3. We should be like a bitch on heat for the Everton game now. Well, we thought that after Oxford, didn't we? Never saw this coming. He's getting sacked in the morning. Probably to cover Reed ran more than an hour. Look, we're going to go through the players, obviously, later. Thank you, Chris. About time for a win, indeed. I'll be 2 minutes, Chris. My wife is ready for me. Spencer did say it was on a promise if Leicester won. I'm going to say 2 minutes, mate. How the fuck do you manage it to take that long? I mean, you're going twice, are you? Hey, Nico Reed is the man of the match. Great playmaking. End the season now. Watching NBC broadcast, they give no credit to LC, although we're used to that, aren't we? Usual, true. The channel hasn't said anything about us, all about Spurs. I'm sure because we've got an American coming in the chat. You mean the American, our brothers chat is, I think, what you mean to say. I thought that was the best defending we've done in a long time in that second half. It was fun at times. No worries, everybody. Now, that's fine, Wayne. That's fine. So I was just checking. Right. Shall we bring special guest in? I think it is about time we bring our special guest in. He's come all the way from America, which is wonderful to see that he's done that. Make Leicester great again. Make Leicester great again. What can I say? Has to be said. We'll be back. We'll get the guys in straight after this. Gentlemen, wow.
Oh, what a glorious feeling. I'm happy again. I'm singing in the rain. This is why I'm off camera. I'm singing in the rain. What a glorious
What are you showing us?
Is he in the shower?
Oh. What's it say?
I've decided to treat the situation the same way Spurs would, Chris, which is I've created a commemorative DVD of the situation, which I'm calling The Start of the Great Escape Part 2. And Champions of England, you'll never sing that unless you get relegated to the Championship, which might be a bad strategy for Tottenham.
No. Look, guys, we've already had Donald Trump in, and that was on behalf, and I've got to say thank you to Jim for arranging that. But I think, look, I've played it once already, but I'm going to have to do it again.
Yes! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
Wayne's gone off to get his notes by the look of it. Hope your brother's okay, by the way, Wayne. Good, good. Are you with us, Brad?
I am with you. I literally finished work. Watched the football at work because I daren't leave because I thought I'd jinx us. Got here and I'm in the midst of changing, so I'm more appropriate for camera purposes, but I am here.
Oh, that's all right. I thought you were having a celebratory wank off camera.
No, I did that before the Uber turned up. Which is why I got 2 stars.
Look, we did the first half at half time, so I don't want to go on too much about that. Jim, we know nothing about football, do we? Oh, can I just say, sorry, Jim, before I come on to you with this, I just want to sort of go through the score predictions for this game. Wayne, 3 points for you. You went 2-1 to Leicester, as indeed. We have a look what Brad went.
Reverse psychology. I did a Steve Linex. That's my defence. All right.
Well, there's reverse psychology and there's reverse psychology. This was Brad's score prediction. Tottenham Hotspur 5, Leicester City 0. No wonder he's off the camera. He's hanging his head in shame. And so you should. So you should, Brad.
Hey, mate, I'll go Leicester to lose 5-0 every week if we keep winning. If this is going to start our season, I'll
do it every week.
Indeed, fair point. Jim, look, we know nothing about football. Make changes at half time. Rude. I said when we were against the Oxford game, he nailed it with every sub he did. I said against Palace, he absolutely, and Fulham, he absolutely cocked it up. He got it right again today, didn't he, really?
He did. I will say that I thought the players were playing pretty well in the first half. To be down a goal was a little disappointing. We know Wout Faes certainly let that guy behind him in for the header, Richarlison. But I think we were really pesky. We got out there and we were playing tough. And I kept telling Tom, I was chatting with Tom saying, we just need to get a goal. And I knew that it would deflate Tottenham. And when we got that goal, not only did it excite us, but I think it deflated them. And, then the second one came. No, I think he got it right. I was glad that he did the subs he did later in the second half, because I was a little worried with the yellows, as you could tell. But no, it was great.
I mean, Wayne, I got showing my complete and total football knowledge. I said to Tom at half time, we have to be careful here because we'll come out in the second half and we're always sort of at risk of losing goals early in the second half. 58 seconds it took us to score, and there was actually 3 minutes, 14 seconds between our Leicester goals. we did to Spurs what other teams have been doing to us all season.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your mute, Wayne.
Right, okay, so yeah, definitely in the second half. I mean, we sort of, people have said, "Oh, Leicester, we've started slow in the second half. We've let that early second half goal in," and it just seems that this fighting spirit, like Jim said, and one of Jim's phrases is "to a man."
Yes.
And that carried on in the second half, and we did have. It was just a little bit of quality in the first half. But in the second half, I mean, the goals were brilliant. The way the team were playing was brilliant. Passages of play was brilliant. Against a team that is like us in form, but we came out on top, and what a fantastic result.
Totally. Rabbit says here is an Ipswich fan, of course. Afternoon, Chris. It's going to go to the wire. Great result. We did to Tottenham what you did to Tottenham. We kept at it. I mean, Tom, from the get-go, it was one of our better performances. We did a question before the game, had Rude lost the dressing room? On that performance, I don't think he has.
No, not at all, Chris. Completely agree with that. Yeah, we had over 12 shots, didn't we, in this game? How many times have we said that this season? It was just, and there was times in the first 5 minutes I saw an immediate difference, which I wanted to see. I saw a team willing to go forward, willing to try and get into space, and willing to take chances on goal. And I felt we've overplayed the ball at times. We've kind of got into that negative mindset of, look, we're holding the ball up, we're trying to keep goals. For what we're doing to actually progress the game forward and win matches. So today, that was a real big thing for me. And at halftime, like I said to you, it was kind of a bit of a broken record in the logic of where we actually were at the time. But there was space there. There was something we could go at, and we needed to find that foxes never quit. And we did. And the last 25 minutes for me was utter torture. I could barely watch. I wasn't sure any of you could. But, we got through it, which had a bit of luck on the day as well, which we haven't had as well. So progression, a nice step forward, and maybe Grant Escape 2 is part on. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he did watch our halftime assessment and go, fuck off, guys. I'm not going to do any of that. And maybe he watched us pre-match as well. Brad, welcome along. Before we go anywhere else, just explain your 5-0. And don't give me that reverse psychology shit.
Look, to be honest with you, I mean, for 45 minutes, it looked like it was on the cards. The way we've been playing, let's face it, it looked like it was on the cards again. Another good start, fizzled out, let them take the lead. It just felt like rinse and repeat. I've got to be honest with you, the performance was a lot better in that first half, certainly than it was against Fulham. It was probably up there with some of our better first half performances, defensive-wise and creativity-wise. But again, it just felt like, here we go again. I mean, another one of them where we can't quite get it right in the final third and something naffs up in the defence or in midfield, we give it away and this is going to happen. So that's why I went big. I thought, you know what, if I'm going to get 3 points, if I'm going to get a point in Prediction League out of this game, I only want a point. So if I go 5-0, because Tottenham are never going to score 5, at least I'll only get a point. And I've never been more glad to get 0 points from a game in all my life.
Exactly. Well, that was my thought last week when I went 3-1 to Fulham. But yeah. I actually thought this week, this is our last chance against a team that had 8 players on the bench. That was all. 5 of them were teenagers. They had nowhere to go. I thought, if we can't get 3 points against this, and I said to Tom before the show started, I said, we can't get this, then let's just, go down to the Championship now and get used to it. But can I just say, Jim, Wayne and myself, we got the memo. We've come on supporting our club. I don't know what Tom's wearing, and Brad's carrying on with his Princess Layla fascination.
No, it's may the force be with you. Tell him, Brad.
Yeah, I used my Jedi mind trick on Madison. I did.
Tom, did you want to? Well, whatever works. Tom, did you want to just add something there? Sorry.
I was going to quickly say two things, guys. Number one is I get bad luck wearing Leicester shirts, so I generally avoid them because it's good for the club. And number two is, I went away for Christmas and I packed them all up to go away. I've not found them since, so I don't know what I've done with them. So I've got to find them.
They've been pinched by Southampton fans somewhere.
They've been pinched by. Yeah.
Jim, do you want to get excited?
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
No, but I will tell you, you want to know what helped win? First of all, I gave you the stat. You had the stat about Donald. You put him on the last time, and it was a victory.
Yes. Hello.
This is my good luck charm. My granddaughter came and watched the second half with me.
What's your name?
Ivy.
Ivy. Lovely name, Ivy.
She loves the Foxes, but she came and she sat with me in the second half. So I'm
what
thinking.
What a lovely top that is.
Yeah. You like the Foxes?
Right. Are you our good luck charm now?
Are you the good luck charm? He said. She said yes.
Watch it every week then.
You gonna watch it with me every week?
Lovely to see you, Ivy.
Say bye.
Oh, bless her. That's adorable.
Yeah.
I'll watch every game now. That's
well, that and you need to predict us getting a 5-0.
Don't worry, Chris. If I'm sending it late, just assume I've gone 5-0 to Everton next week.
But look, there's the table, Jim. And give our love to Ivy.
Yeah.
But I kind of swear now, is she gone?
Yes.
Look, there's the table. I know. Look, I'm torn because I don't want to sort of. One swallow doesn't, improve your sex life apparently, but one swallow doesn't make a summer. But look, we're out the bottom three. And what made it better was that Wolves, Ipswich, Southampton all lost. That's that makes it more important why we had to win, Jim.
Absolutely, and trust me, we are all enjoying this victory, enjoying these 3 points. You were driving me crazy during that second half when we were holding on, and you kept showing the table and talking about where we're going to be. I'm like, dang it, Chris, just quit talking about it. Let's win it first. But absolutely, and we deserved it. You guys know as anybody else, you win games sometimes you don't deserve to win. You lose games you don't deserve to lose. But dog, we deserve to win this game. I really think we did.
We so did deserve it. That's the thing. This wasn't a smash and grab. This wasn't a let's stick it in, off somebody's arse. Look, I didn't agree with the team choice before the game. I didn't, everybody was watching it or know my thoughts on some of the players, but we he got it right. And I've got to say this to you, Wayne. XGs, Spurs 1.1, Leicester 1.5. We actually, it's not often that we've got a better XG than the opposition, especially away from home.
No, it's a double celebration, Chris. There's celebrations all over the pitch, really. I mean, Stalacic, what a performance.
Yeah.
El Canoes. But as a team, as a team, we played so well, getting through the tough patches in the match. You show a lot of character when you come from behind. It's been a tough week for us fans. Some of us have stayed off social media. There's been such a lot of quite venomous negative, loads of rumour milling, and this for the team has got to be. It's great for us fans, but I'm so happy for everybody, and for Ruud, who's come under a lot of pressure. But one thing I'd say about Ruud, I've still got had a book for Christmas, that Ruud van Nistelrooy, From Player to Coach. I've still not read it yet.
Don't.
I think he's like Enzo and Almiron is trying to do at Man United, and it sounds like he's trying to set precedents with a club, with a team, with protocols. And I really got faith in Ruud even before today, and I'm so happy for him as well.
Yeah.
Rumours that he was going to walk, Tom. Rob kind of said it won't happen. I mean, the people were sort of saying he's playing to get the sack so he gets money. We said that about Brendan, didn't we? No, I don't think any manager's going to walk because they don't get a penny. But he got it right today. And look, we've been critical when we've lost, and quite rightly as well, so we should be if we deserve to lose. But today, look, Tommy Reed didn't have a good game.
He had a great game, and I think, Chris, it's interesting because I think what this shows is life will show you the level of character you need to reach in order to be successful. And today, Rude found that level because he's come under a bit of stick. And at Man United, he didn't get that. At Man United, he got a lot of pats on the head. He's doing a very good job and all the rest of it. And he needed to face a bit of adversity for the first time since probably the PSV job didn't go well for him. And I think today was potentially, I like to say, a sliding doors moment. But it felt like it felt energetically it changed for the first time today, which was really nice about it. And we showed character. And I've always said with Leicester is what I always loved about my football team over Man United when I was a child, over whoever was at the top of the league, was we always show character. Under O'Neill, we always show character. Foxes never quit. And today we showed that for the first time. And we've been crying out for that, even beyond results. That's what's made the results more miserable for us.
Brad, protest march. Apparently, there's going to be a protest march against Arsenal. I think that's our next home game. I can't get behind that at all. I don't see what good that does.
No, it sounds like it's a minority as well. It's not a majority. I think, as far as fans go, until it really starts going bad and nasty and toxic for the club, which other clubs you can say it's more warranted, I think you air your grievances on shows like this, you air your grievances on social media, and that's it. That's it. This isn't... Look, this was a torrid 7-game losing streak, and your Man Cities and Liverpools and maybe even your Villas away from home, especially aside, there was some real disheartening performances of results, and it's understandable that us as fans get disheartened. I mean, Chris, I came in. It feels like Cooper 2.0. Maybe I was all for this being it. We were losing the game, and if it went the same way as the others. I was like, I'm done because he's just a Cooper 2.0. He's gave himself a big stave of execution. Granted, he's not completely done it, but it just, maybe some people need to calm down a little bit and see where we are in a few more weeks' time. Because despite the run of facts, it was one thing that was constantly mentioned on commentary. Funny enough, when we were winning the game, not when we were losing the game, that they said despite this torrid run, Leicester are now sat outside the relegation zone. Any other season, any other time, Chris, 7 losses would have you going, well, you need 4 wins just to catch up and them to lose games. Maybe we've been a bit fortunate that teams have just been as bad as us. But you've got to take it with it is. And, bad runs make players not feel confident. A result like this can turn the tide. Who knows now? You've got Everton next week who have just turned the tide. Is it too early to start doing the Spurs and shout, we're coming for you, Tottenham Hotspur, we're coming for you? I'm just saying, like, they did it when they thought they could pull back a 10-point difference.
They didn't.
I know, but
ban him, Chris. Ban him.
Well,
see you later, guys. I'm off now.
I was hovering over the kick button then, Jim.
But to Brad's point, Chris, I mean, not only did he make it a positive for the team, but he brought some new players in, both starting and subbing them in. So they were actively a part of this positive moment. So I think that's going to go a long way too.
We said, and we've said a few times, Vardy's passed his best before date. And then
you said that. Wayne and I didn't say that. Tom didn't say that. That was you.
Was that me? Well, I'm not saying that he's past his sell-by date, but I honestly think he's past his best before date. Look, if he'd have missed that, though, it was probably, in all the goals that he scored for us, it's probably going to be the easiest one he's ever going to score. That said, there was a player on him, but I don't think that player could have tackled him because it would have been a penalty maybe if he had tried to. Dakova Reed played it in. I think that was from a Sumari ball that was Sumari won and played. Talk us through the goal, Jim.
So I agree that he is not the Vardy of old. However, let me tell you the things that I've seen. I've seen him coaching up the younger players. He was doing it in the warm-ups. They showed it on the TV here. He was coaching up the younger players in the warm-ups, okay? Then he got out on the pitch. And the one thing that I've said to you guys all year long, we haven't had enough through balls into the final third. And he has got to get a ball at his feet. Now, granted, he's had opportunities. You went nuts a couple games ago when he kept missing, but I think he still knows how to put the ball in the net. Yeah, that would have added fuel to your fire had he missed that. But I still think he's a threat up front. What I saw today was a lot of balls in the final third. I thought we did a great job. We were active. El Canus was fabulous until he went out. Dakota Reed, I thought, was active up front. James Justin had a couple opportunities. So I saw more action in the final third. Now, that I think had a lot to do with our players. But another thing Tom and I talked about, their back line was dreadful. And if we didn't pull a victory out against that back line, whew. So I think to finalize about Vardy, I think he still has tread on his tires. He's not going to have the same tread as he did before, but he's still a positive. I like the fact he subbed him when he did, but sure was nice him getting that goal.
It was. I don't think it was. I don't think he could have missed that, to be honest with you. I think if he had missed that, it would have gone down and what he would be remembered for. Wayne, I mean, Dakova Reed, I mean, I have to say, I've got to sort of get onto Deliveroo and order some humble pie in a minute. I mean, he had a fairly decent game. No Mavadidi on the pitch, even as a sub. And I have to say, no change for the next game, maybe.
Yeah, and that's why I really do admire Ruud, and I believe he's the man for the job, because he's obviously had a good look at everybody now, seen everybody in training, and we were all shocked when we saw the lineup. I mean, two aged players that a lot of the younger fans were not having, but obviously Ruud's seen something in that. And to be honest, me and brother were talking during the match, and we said, yeah, Ayu's having a brilliant game. But Bobby Dakova Reed, before the goal, we were saying, oh, is Vardy past it? And Bobby D called over Reed, probably he needs to be subbed. And then they both combined and scored the goal. But Bobby called over Reed. It wasn't absolutely noticeable throughout the match, but he was putting in a shift. And really, I hope Ruud's saying to people like Mavadida, so older players are putting more in than you are. And I think that's the difference. And that's what I like about Ruud. I think he's setting precedents with the team. And I think it's a very good precedent to set. It's the one that Pearson set. You know, Leicester were a very hard-working side. And, yeah, what a great lineup. Inspiring, Chris, actually.
Did you say what a precedent for the club?
Oh, hey.
Oh, everyone's a winner. Tom, 102 years was the added up age of Vardy, Dakova Reed, and Ayew. Look, 1-1. I would have been quite happy to end it there. 58 seconds into that first half, Spurs definitely did a Leicester, and then just 3 minutes 40 seconds later, what a shot from El Canus.
Well, exactly. And it's interesting because Wayne summed up something really well there. The work rate was there today. And that's what we got from Dakova Reed. And ironically, we haven't got quality. We don't. Binotte's got quality. But right now, it's not been serving us well anyway. And I've said for weeks, if we're not going to match up with quality versus quality, we've got to fight more. And today we put the legs in, and today we did that, which was really good. And that's why we managed to push through. And you obviously said the right things, Chris, at half time. And we talked about behind the scenes before the game. is he losing the dressing room already? Is this another Cooper element, which we heard rumours about at the time, leading to his departure? No, apparently not, because they came out and they really worked. And I've been crying out for this as a Leicester fan for weeks, because we're not here to be gaslighted by our board or by the Football League. We're here to see it as what it is. We're not good enough. We haven't got the quality to be in the Premier League right now. But today is a day we go, okay, at least we can still fight, and that's what we need.
Brad, it showed in the crowd. We had Top, and to his left was Rudkin, and to his left was Whelan. They kept cutting Whelan off. They weren't smiling, but inside they must have been thinking, yeah, go.
Yeah, they must have been thinking, thank the Lord, Jamie Vardy and El Canoes. And you know what, Chris, going back to the goal, I'm going to talk about the second one. It was so refreshing to finally see a goal when Leicester were afforded the space. Someone went, fuck it, I'm pulling the trigger, and the ball went in the opposition's net and not our net.
So much space, didn't he?
He had the freedom of Tottenham Hotspur to run at, Chris. And, look, again, that's going to be a state of execution on them pair, because they're going to go, well, if results improve, it's going to take the pressure off, and people are slowly going to forget, the bodge job you're doing in January. For many transfer windows, to be honest with you. So they must have been just as relieved as we are as fans and as the players are. And it was good to see. Still don't like Shrek 1 and Shrek 2 being there at the games. I think had we lost that game, I just feel like it'd been like one of them TV moments where they'd have gone to Top and Top would have just gone fired. I could just see him just pointing to them to get out and leave, because it was great. Chris, I know obviously still working behind the scenes on me trying to do some maybe pre-recorded content for the women's game on LTID TV2. I don't want to jinx them, but I'm going to here. They're currently playing Liverpool at the King Power. Now, obviously, Chinese New Year says the year of a certain animal, don't they? Well, today could be the day of the foxes, because they are currently coming from a goal down. I'm just saying here, they were a goal down to Liverpool at the King Power. They are currently 2-1 up with 13 minutes to go. That would also be the new manager's second win as Leicester boss, as well as Rude. Is it coincidental? Maybe. I'll probably jinxed it. But also, thanks Spurs women's side, because they beat bottom of the league Crystal Palace. So this would really boost Leicester's chances of staying in the WSL, as well as Leicester's chances of staying in the FPL. Sorry.
You probably have jinxed it now.
No, if they score an equaliser, I'll leave.
Jim, on another day, it could have been different. I mean, in fairness, they hit the crossbar twice. But sometimes, with everything that's going on, you need a bit of luck, don't you? And maybe today, Spurs actually reminded me so much of Leicester.
Absolutely. And you will get that. It'll hit the woodwork at times. It was in our favor this time. I also thought our best player was the side netting for a while. They must have hit the side netting 3 times. I was like, oh, thank God. But no, you'll get that. And I think good teams make their good chances, and they get the luck. When you're down in your form and you're down in your luck, things go the other direction. But it went our way today. I think to follow on what the guys said, I think we fought well. Bobby DeCorver-Reed, what I was impressed with is he was aggressive. I was a little worried when we got those yellows, because I thought, holy cow, if we get another one on those guys, we're going to be down a man. But I look back, and DeCorver-Reed was really aggressive, which means confidence. He had the chance to be out on the field, and I think it's confidence. So the aggressiveness, and once we got that second goal, I mean, they had chances after that, but we fought and fought and fought. So I think we made a lot of our luck, but certainly Lady Luck was with us a couple of those woodwork shots.
I'm going to ask you this, Wayne, because if I ask this to Brad, he'll probably turn up on my door and slap my face, because I'm going to mention Sumare. Sorry, Brad. Sorry. I have to. I've got to be fair. Hope you enjoyed your pee, Tom. You know you can't keep anything quiet in this channel. Obviously, as I'm mentioning Samari for Brad. But Wayne, at one point, I looked and Spurs were attacking us, and Samari was just ambling around in the centre circle.
Yeah, Brad, can you just go for the talk break?
Brad's warming up for this one.
He is. Get your knuckle dusters out, Brad. No, to be honest, I mean, I have not been a fan of Samari, as in Dakar, for players that take 3 years to settle at a club. But
we're going to fight, Wayne. Live on YouTube. We're going to fight.
But there is a but, Brad.
Well, I'll take the pair of you on.
I think Samari's been playing well, but I do think he's been getting higher scores because the team's been poor, to be honest. But one thing I will say today is Winks lost the ball a lot of times in midfield, whereas Samari sometimes did lose the ball because he was trying to play through traffic to get us out and build and get his pressure off and build an attack. And he did get caught out a few times, but far less than Winks. And I think he had a better game than Winks because Winks was quite dangerous really in front of the defence today, I think.
Oh, you saved yourself.
What I'm saying is, Brad, I'm getting a T-shirt with Samari on the front.
I'm going to have to go. Brad's been warming up, so I'm going to have to give Brad a chance to defend him. I'll come back to you in a second, Tom. But Brad, go on, speak up and defend Samari. Oh, he can't. Right. Sorry. You know, I make myself laugh.
I should have seen that coming, to be honest with you. I should have really seen that coming.
Just my observation that, as I say, he was just literally, they were going down the left wing, their left wing, our right, and he was in the centre, and he literally wasn't even walking quickly. He was doing an impersonation of one of Henry VIII's wives. He was just ambling along.
Oh my God, that was awful, Chris.
Where was that from?
God.
God.
Did you get that from the History Archive jokes or something?
That was from the early 1600s. That was that bad.
That joke was nearly as awful as Spurs is defending.
It was from the Golden Breakfast Show.
No, you know what? I'm not doing that any longer, so now you know why.
Oh, that explains it. No, you see, the thing is, though, Chris, there's 2 points I'm going to make about Samari and why he's far better than many people actually think, even in poor performances, which you're right, Wayne, that, you know, he did shine and poor performance. But first of all, not everybody hits the ground running. You can't have a Mahrez and a Drinkwater or a Kante come in and take to the ground running. Sometimes, you know, it takes a couple of changes of managers to like what they see in him. It takes a lone move and someone bringing him back from the coals, like we're seeing. We're seeing that with Christensen this season. I know he's not flavour of the week with some fans. He's hit and miss. But Leicester actually did that all game, Chris. It's probably not as noticeable because we're kind of focusing on Samari because we're a bit like, whoa, he's in the team and actually doing okay. What's going on here? I didn't see this coming, and that's a fair point because even I was like clutching at straws, saying, what worse can we do? Put him on the pitch. It's paying off. But what we was doing all game is we were leaving that outlet on the halfway so that if we could break away, we could actually hold the ball up to get forward. It's something we've missed. I talked about it in the Fulham game. That gap between the defence and Paul Vardy up front on his own needed a man to be there to go, give it here, lads. I can hold off the ball. I've got the muscle. Yeah. I can do it. And one thing he does defensively better than Winks that I think you're talking about, Wayne, where you may have noticed it, is in the 95th minute, Harry Winks lost the ball and very fortunately got it back because he could have been a free kick. It really could have been. In today's game, not in modern actual proper football, but in today's game, it could have been a free kick. and he still hoofed it clear. What Samari did in that situation when he lost the ball is he muscled the ball back. He went, no, get off the ball, that's mine. And then he dribbled it 40 yards up the pitch. And he didn't just, which I wouldn't have begrudged him booting it 40 yards up the pitch, but he carried Spurs and Leicester 40 yards up the pitch. And all of a sudden, Tottenham fans were going, oh, well, he's just absolutely mugged us off and now set on a reset again. And that's the impressive thing with us. I'm all for getting the ball out of danger. He tries to pass us out of danger and it puts us in more danger. Samari goes, don't worry, lads, I've got it that way. And that's what I like about Samari. And I think that's why he makes the team. And that's why, Chris, you probably saw him sometimes doing this because he was like, I'm just waiting. You guys get the ball to me and I'll start us on the attack. Because
would you be saying that if we conceded a goal from that, though?
Admittedly, yes, but that's the price you pay to leave somebody up there who could find that chance to break away. You're risking them getting an extra body. I'm still annoyed at the way we conceded that goal because it was carbon copy of goals we conceded week in, week out. We really need to work on that across into the box, getting in our goal. Because I'm going to say this now, Chris, and it might hint to what we're going to talk about at the end, who I'm picking. That ruined Stolarczyk's clean sheet that he really deserved because that crossbar one from Son, he got a fingertip on it. I feel that he got something on that, and he got a few vital saves. And I know some of them chances he saved were offsides, but like we said about Casper in the past with Madsen, he wasn't to know that. He had to make the save. So, and you know what VAR's like with them dodgy wavy lines. If it had gone in, they might have drawn one that was like that, not dead straight. So. He deserved the clean sheet. So that's one thing, if you're going to pinch a negative from today's game, that we really need to still work on the training ground. But that's Samari defence. I'll rest the case, Your Honour. I'll take the pro bono now.
Look, I don't want to know about your bonos, thank you very much.
That's my other fairy name. I didn't tell you that, did I? That's my fairy name and my elf name. Come on.
Thank God it only shows from here upwards, Brad.
No, I know.
Bonos off camera. Oh, nowhere to go after that. Ayu.
Yeah.
Ben, I've got to say, I always say doesn't really impress me when he starts. He had a decent game, went down when he needed to.
Well, I've been saying this, haven't I? Yeah, I've been saying this for a long time.
I'm not saying anything following that line. I'm just leaving it at that.
I was going to say, sorry, Jim, to jump on you there.
No,
mate. No, he did. No, and this is why I picked him in my lineup of the game before, because I felt he could win a set pieces at the top of the pitch, which is him at his best. The downside to that is there were times in the game the ball was played long and he couldn't control it, which a younger guy like Notte might have been able to have done in the situation. So it's a trade-off, Chris. It's an absolute trade-off. And going back briefly to the Samari argument, which was handled really well between Wayne and Brad there is an element with Samari of he's the only one who will actually progress the ball forward a lot on his own. And we need that in the team at some point. So him doing that has been really important for us. But he's not the perfect man because defensively now and again he's a bit lackluster as well. So we're making the best of a bad bunch, like we always say. So yeah, I think Ayu, it was a 50-50 game for me today. Actually, it wasn't one of his better games for me. But the things he did offer, which are the things I think he should offer, he did bring. And we had a combination of that across the team today, which got us the win. So there we go.
I thought he had a very decent game. But Brad, I'm just reading something, Brad. I'm just on Messenger here because I've just had the details through from Alan, the man of the match. And this was sent to me at 2:50. Rude out. I'm done with this drab. This is worse than when Brendan got sacked and we let Brendan 2.0 take over for a few games. I'd rather let Doris, the tea lady, manage us right now. That lasted.
I even put it out on Twitter that I hope that my tweet ages badly, and it really has. What can I say? Maybe I'll do this every week, Chris. Maybe against Everton, I say Rude out, Doris in, 5-0 Everton. I'm going to say, you know what, Chris? I'm doing it. There you go. There's my promise to you. If Leicester keep winning, I will keep going 5-0 to the opposition, and I'll keep slating Rude and saying Rude out. I'm not completely like Luke, but Chris, if we're going to be honest, if you're going to sit here and rightly dig me out for it, because I deserve it, I sensed it was coming. You have to admit, though, at half time, we must have all been sat here thinking, here we go again. No goals, creativity gone. It's got to go the other way. So thankfully, somebody somewhere prayed really, really hard for Tottenham to stay Tottenham, and they did. Funny fact, Ipswich, Leicester and Everton have all picked up a win against Tottenham, and I believe all at Tottenham. I find that quite a bit funny for the season. And undefeated against Tottenham. You'll never sing that. Well, maybe some clubs will, but 4 points, Chris, from Tottenham this season, and weird shit.
Very good point. Very good point. Put your hands up if you are in the goalkeepers union. Is there only you, Tom?
Go on, Jim.
No.
We know you're there. We know you're there in spirit.
Yes, in spirit, you got it.
Well, I'm going to come to Jim then, because I want to come to a non-goalkeeper, because I want a fair point. Look, Stolarczyk, brilliant game. Kept us in it. He did get his hands on that one you were talking about, Brad. I'm convinced. But my God, he was scaring me with getting a second yellow. I mean, he got away, and they said it on the TV that look, every goalkeeper does it, but they said he was lucky to get away with as long as he did. But when he got his yellow card, he still seemed to be doing it. And every time I looked at the referee, and I thought the referee, even though he was handing the cards out a bit in the second half, he was forever going. Like then I'm thinking, just don't get sent off, whatever you do.
No, I agree. He had a brilliant game. And so he got the first yellow, but that's the time you needed to keep your head in the game. As opposed to a field player who gets a yellow for a rough tackle or something, they have to really be on their pins and needles to make sure they don't have a rough tackle again and get that second yellow. His was just here. He just had to be smart because he was wasting the time. Now, granted, you can waste time without being too blatant. To your point, Chris, and I think the ref was seeing it, he was close to crossing that line of blatant. So that would have really hurt. Of course, we didn't need that. And it would have spoiled, like Wayne said, should have had a clean sheet, but that would have spoiled just a superb day for him.
Yeah, and as I think the commentator said, I don't know if anybody was listening to the same one as me, it's funny how goalkeepers don't clean the boots when they're losing.
Yeah, I heard that.
Wayne, I mean, I know Brad went 5-0 to Spurs. He nearly got it spot on because it was 5-1 to Leicester when it comes to yellow cards. Dakova Reed was a little bit pushing it, wasn't he, a bit? And I'm like, calm down, you're going to get yourself sent off. Bonete, well, that must have been a record. I mean, less than 30 seconds of coming on, and he got a yellow. Justin, he did go off, but he got a yellow card on 71 minutes. And Stolarczyk, it's all right saying like, yes, take one for the team. And AU had more head injuries in this game than I think most people have it in a lifetime. But it broke the game up. It delayed the game. He did what he does best. But those yellow cards can add up and might just hurt us in the future. You're on mute again, mate.
He's good at this mute game, isn't he?
He is. Can't hear a word you're saying, Wayne. You're on mute.
I heard him.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, but I like that brinksmanship. I like that gamesmanship. Casper Schmeichel.
Mute.
No, we can hear.
Little kid, Chris. Don't do that.
Yes.
God, dear Chris.
You can tell we've won, can't you? He's getting all cheeky again, isn't he?
Yeah, go in the naughty corner, Chris.
It's the W that's got him this silly.
Yeah, it's like gas and air treatment, isn't it?
But I like.
I don't have much to celebrate in my life. Let me enjoy this.
Share the joy, Chris. You've got to share the joy, haven't you?
Yeah.
But I like all that thing, like Justin saying, sorry, is it throwing, is it here or there, or, and all that sort of thing. And, Stolarczyk. And we hate it when other people do it. It's like, like Vardy's gamesmanship. But I do think, was it Jim mentioned a week? We need some of those dark arts.
Yeah.
And that does show an attitude. That shows that you want to win and you will push the boundaries. Stelarczyk was pushing the boundaries, seeing what he could get away with to get the team a victory. And that is great team spirit. It pisses you off if you're the opposing fan. But if you're the fan that's winning 2-1, yeah.
Because it gets in their head. It gets in the opponent's head. Whether it's just
teams have done it to us so much this season because we've come on strong sometimes towards the end of games and they've just played it out. But before we get to man of the match and performance, I've got to say, Tom, when they came up 7 minutes of stoppage time, we do not like stoppage time against Spurs, do we?
No, we don't. I was utterly bricking it. Jim couldn't account for this. So I was messaging him going, we're overdoing this. We really are, guys, because ultimately the time you're trying to wipe off in the 90, you're going to have to make up at the end. And nowadays they're very liberal with it. I was expecting 10 minutes. I wasn't expecting 7, so I was quite relieved we only had 7 to finish. So I think a bit more game management would be appropriate. I think when we were 2-1 up, we should have really pushed on to get the third a bit more. I think they were there for the taking and really to put yourself in a position where you're 2-1 up and it's a big 3 points for you. Let's not get carried away here a little bit. I'm enjoying the moment. It's a great win, but we got to take away from this game. Let's not do that again. Let's make sure we put ourselves further away from that. And interestingly as well, Chris, just briefly, did you notice how he changed to 3 at the back with the last substitutions and he put the wing backs in? Because for a long time we were saying to him in the formation before the game, he went 5 at the back at the end. And we've been saying, why is he not considering 5 at the back for this team anyway? So I found that really interesting because I don't think he had it in him. So I'm intrigued to see going forward because I think today was a game where it's a very small victory in some ways because Tottenham were there for the taking and in the same way we were. Just so happened, luckily today, they were worse than we were. But going forward, we've got to build on that. I'm hoping against Everton, we don't get into that lull. We go out with, out of the game with the same attitude and the same desire. So there we go.
Jay, he did play. I said that he played in Dakova Reed for the equalizer to then obviously pass it over for Vardy. Winks rugby tackle. It was a good one, that wasn't it? I have to say, they said on the commentary, the 3 Nations would have been proud of that one. Right, Gray's got to go, so thank you very much, Gray. Brad, do you want to do player ratings after this?
Oh yes, for a change, Chris. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Right, let's get to, and I shall bring him in afterwards because I've got to think where it is actually. So let's have a look here and go, Brad.
Look, there's a few shouts.
Team performance and man of the match.
Yeah, there's a few shouts for it, Chris. But some vital moments in that game. I think Samare near the end, was the calm head we need going forward. Your favourite player, we all remember you gave him an A-star on that rating show, Dakova Reed. Showing that age is just a number.
I deserve that, don't I? Today, in fairness.
Yeah, you do. After all the stick you've been giving me, I had to bide my time. But no, you know what, Chris? All that talk about always you lose in the dressing room. Maybe what we were echoing was needed, and it happened. That bollocking in the dressing room after Fulham. Maybe that's where the Rockets come from when they go, no, actually, we respect you, and that's work because they all played for the shirt today. Goalkeepers Union, I know, I'm probably going to get stick for it, but honestly made some vital saves. He made some vital saves at 0-0, 1-0, 1-1, and 2-1. Whether it fingertips or not, he had to make it. I mean, there was one where it looked like it was going in the bottom corner, and he got something on it to give it to. Out of all the goalkeepers we've used while Madsen's been injured, I've never had more assurance than I do with Stelarczyk as his number 2. Mm-hmm. I am going Jakub Stelarczyk. He was phenomenal today. He made some beautiful saves and well commanded his box. It's a team rating.
Yeah.
Overall 90 minutes, despite my feelings at half-time, was actually pretty good. I'm going to give it... Are we doing it in halves, Chris, or are we just saving up for the ratings?
Just say that for the ratings, mate.
I'm going to give it an 8, Chris, because there was moments where I did feel like it was all going to go again. But an 8. And Jakob?
I'm going to say I was very well impressed with El Canoes. Why he got taken off, I don't know. But look, how can you criticise Rude when we go away to Tottenham and win? And I said at half-time, Stolarczyk was my man of the match then, because I know we were 1-0 down, but he kept us in it. I'm going to go with a performance rating, and this may shock you guys. This may shock you. I'm going to go with a 9, because I think in that first half, and I was thinking 8 or 9, but we defended like our lives depended on it. We were getting boots in the way. We were just belting the ball up the field just to clear it out the way. And in that first half, again, Leicester have got this problem that we don't score when we're on top. We don't take advantage of that. But I believe we were on top for most of that first half. TM, the Spurs fan, said, Leicester deserved the win. So I've gone 9, and this is going to be no surprise to you at all. Probably the biggest surprise is that I'm agreeing with Brad. But I am going for Stolarczyk as well. Jim, team performance.
Well, I would say with such a great victory, it's not surprising that all these accolades are flying out of our mouths, and we're sharing a lot of the same. I was impressed with the team all the way through. I thought the first half, we made some mistakes, but I liked the way we were on the front foot. We were out there being aggressive. I think last week after that Fulham match, it was evident that Ruud may be coaching for his job and coaching to keep us up. I think the players heard the message either through the training ground or in the locker room or whatever. But I think they came out aggressive the whole match. The second half, like both you and Brad said, they fought hard, which is what Tom has been asking for and we've been asking for. So I think what I've seen, the way they took charge in the second half, I would say a solid 9. I mean, they deserved it. They really did. And they did it in a game they had to win. They did it in a game on the road. Now, granted, we had a Tottenham team that was in less form than other times. But no, they deserve the 9. Player of the match, once again, I'm going to echo what you and Brad said. I really liked El Canoes. I had him in my mind for the man of the match as the game was going on. I liked what I saw with Bobby DeCorver-Reed. It was a pleasant scene, but I was really heading towards El Canoes. Shocked that he was taken out. Maybe I thought when he was stretching, it was a cramp. Hopefully it wasn't anything worse, but when they took him out, I was a little disappointed. But hands down, Stolarczyk, man of the match. Like Brad said and you said, he made save after save, critical save. Once again, our future may have depended on some of those saves. So I think in the biggest of moments, he came through and deserved to be man of the match. So Stolarczyk and a solid 9.
And Wayne, your team performance.
You're on mute again, mate.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry, guys. I know. Yeah, in the context of like the guys, in the context of all the noise around the club and the negative hype that we've had, I think the performance was a 9 for the fact that we needed it, the spirit, and the fight. And I think Ruud, in his press conference, he talked about character. So when the times are tough, I know what I need to do. The players need to have character. It's how you behave in the tough times that determine whether you'll be successful or not. And it seems it's getting through to the team. So, like Tom said, have we got a 9 out of 10 team throughout the team? No. Have we got a strong squad? No. But did we play fantastic today with what we had? Just absolutely fantastic. So 9. I'd say, Vestergaard had a brilliant game, I thought. Positionally very clever, good on the ball. El Canoes fighting hard. The only reason I think it might be taken off is whether he's redlining on his stats or something. So because why take him off before Dakova?
The other argument there, Wayne, would be, did Dakova, Reed or Ayew deserve to be taken off?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'd say definitely Stolarczyk. And, when we lost Kasper, we're thinking, oh, my God, how are we going to replace Kasper? Mads Hermansen comes along. Then when he's injured, we think, what are we going to do? And Stolarczyk,
we had Danny Ward as well for a while.
Oh, yes.
Let's be fair here. Don't be getting to Danny. Do you know what I mean?
I think Brad's 5-0 would have actually happened with Ward in goal, actually.
I mean, we
love you, Danny. We love you on this channel.
It did kind of happen naturally as well.
But yeah, I'd say El Canous. I mean, what a fantastic player. How good can he get? But definitely Stolarczyk, assured, coming for crosses, everything. He's got everything.
He has. And I've got to say, Villa are leading West Ham 1-0. Now, I know West Ham are on 26 points, but it just keeps them down there. Just keep them down there. And I may be going off to my wife's house later, where my brother-in-law is, who's a big Man United fan. So come on, Fulham. Can I just say, Tom, that if we do not see at least one Leicester player in your Tom's top awards on Monday night, I will be asking questions. But that's for tomorrow night. For anybody that doesn't know, we do a weekend review on the Monday, and we'll message you about it later. And we look at the games, talk about this game obviously a lot, and we have awards for what we think. Well, what Tom thinks has been good and what Tom thinks has been bad. Performance, Tom.
Yeah, well, I was going to quickly bring a trophy up. I haven't got it to hand, Chris. It's actually over there in the corner. But yeah, no, performance, I'll give it a 9. But I would also say that if they can go and repeat this against Everton, they can happily have a 10 today. Because I think next week is just as important when we play Everton as this game. Because, it's a one game where we've had a real nice positive boost. And there's a part of me that wanted to head down to a 7 for match rating for that reason, potentially. But I'll go over 9 because I think energetically it was the first time for a long time, even beyond the 7-game spell, that we've really had a game I felt confident that this is more like the Leicester City we need to be seeing. So go for a 9 today. They can have a 10 if they beat Everton next time out. And I'll go for player. I'm going to do the full house, I'm afraid. Goalkeepers Union has got to be, hasn't it? The reason I considered taking him out of the team was I thought he wasn't being vocal enough. He wasn't leading the goalkeeper, line enough. What happened today?
I wasn't going to mention that, to be honest with you, but
what I'm saying is
putting Danny Ward in.
Sorry, I click on something. Oh, I meant to go off camera. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, mate. I didn't hear you just about saying that Danny Ward deserved to go in goal.
No. I said Iverson, mate. I said Iverson over.
You got booted twice.
It gets worse.
You got booted twice.
Hey, guys.
I mean, at least if Danny Ward, I could say he's at least played for us in the last 2 years. But Iverson, no. Tom, think about what you're saying.
I'll agree something with you here, Brad, all right? If Ward was in goal today, when it was set at 0-0 early doors, we could have lost this game 5-0. I really think we could have. It was that kind of open game defensively for both teams. So that is why Stolarczyk is the man of the match. And that's why we came to the right decision. And I'll stop trying to defend my lunacy. I was happily wrong. And like you said, Brad, I'll happily predict to be wrong all the time as long as Leicester win.
Exactly, mate.
I'm just totaling up here. So far, Brad, you got 3 points in the prediction league. Wayne,
I don't care.
Wayne, you got 6.
Sorry,
I took a bit longer there because it took a bit longer for me to add my points up. I've got 8. Just in case anybody is interested, Brad.
So, guys, people who care.
I'm not just coming for you in the prediction league. I've gone past you and left you a couple of
miles. I know, right? I'm still stuck at the bus stop waiting on the bus.
Now, I've heard of Alan, who was at the match. Like he said, great 3 points, great win. controversially, he hasn't agreed with us at all for man of the match or on the points. I know Brad's trying to look down to see what it is, but I've purposely not revealed it yet. It's not there, but I'm going to reveal it now. So I kind of get why he's gone for El Canoes, because that would have been my second choice.
Mine too.
I thought, so I can't argue that. I thought 7 for the performance was a little bit harsh. Anybody would agree with that? Well, I think we've all agreed with it.
Yeah,
we could have gone 9 apart from the 5-0 to the left of me.
Okay, keep stirring that pot. 8s and 9s aren't the same now, are they, mate? Yeah. When Chris goes low, it's like, well, they're all the same, aren't they? I see. Get your tongue out of everybody else's arse. But yeah, I think it's harsh. I think that's harsh because they didn't smash and grab it like you said, Chris. You know, they didn't get bombarded by chances with Spurs. You know, the XG facts that you brought up proves that as well. You know, yeah, okay, the time wasting thing, you know, you hate it when they do it, you love it when we do it, sort of thing. But in terms of how they managed that last 15 minutes where Spurs tried to throw the kitchen sink, but they forgot to take out the nuts and bolts out the bottom of it. They couldn't throw anything at us because the team got behind the ball and each other and went, if you don't deal with it, I'll deal with it. And if I don't deal with it, he'll deal with it. And they did that. Yeah. You know, if we'd have been in different form, win, lose, we probably wouldn't have actually, looking back at them 15 minutes, been as nervous as thinking we're going to concede a late equaliser. So I think 7's a bit harsh considering we've just watched, funny enough, 7 of, you know, games without a win. I feel we should enjoy this as much as possible. And praise
the ladies won as well.
They did 2-1.
Yeah, hopefully Villa can hold on to that because that will just keep West Ham in the mix. Because at
that's
the moment,
nothing to do with that, Chris. It's all about the prediction league with you. I've noticed it's not about our position.
Yeah, at least we're proud of Leicester City and where they are in the league. Chris is like, oh, I got 8 points.
I noticed that too, Wayne.
Grow up. There's no prizes this season, Chris. That's why I'm struggling.
You've changed, you have, Chris.
Oh, that's it.
Anyway, I guess I've got to bring them back in. Here we go. The police have just rung me and requested a lineup. So let me just bring you all back in.
We all deserve that.
Yes, you did. As I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted, it keeps somebody in the mix with us. It keeps Everton in the mix with us, which is what we want. It's like before I was thinking it's 3 from 4, you know, Southampton, Ipswich, Wolves, Leicester, because Everton had won a couple. If we can beat Everton next week, that keeps them on 23, and that would take us up to 20. So that would be great. And then you look, Tottenham are on 24, West Ham on 26, and if Fulham can beat Manchester United later on this evening, they're on 26 as well. Guys, well, should we play it one more time?
Oh, go on, man.
I think we should.
Yes! Oh, God. Oh, I'll have what she's having.
And for those of you that were mentioning the prediction league,
I don't know, it's so difficult not to look smug at this point.
On that note, gentlemen, thank you very much. Your links are all in the description on YouTube. Thanks to everybody. I think I'm still at 4,000 subs for the YouTube channel. If you have sub during this, please don't unsub. I know some guys sub so they can chat and then unsub. Hopefully still at 4,000. Smash the likes. We're going to be back in a few minutes with Brad, and we will be doing the player ratings. But we're all off to watch Match of the Day 2 tonight, I am sure. Thanks very much, guys, and we'll see you next week as per normal, whatever shows you're doing. Thanks very much. Take care, guys.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Well, being as Chris isn't here, someone best keep you all entertained. I mean, guys, we're obviously going to do the ratings of all the players coming up next. Chris has obviously gone to water the plants or have a wank over his 8 points in the Predictions League. Your guess is as good as mine. But is that a performance now that Leicester can take forward into the Everton game and the games going forward? Because up until about Fulham Crystal Palace, we had kind of excused the results, playing Villa away, Man City, Liverpool away, where we seemed to play well, but didn't ultimately get the look. Is that now the benchmark for what needs to be the rest of this season? Do you think that's it, or are you still, amidst all the excitement of ending it, still a bit concerned? Because, one win doesn't make a season, but for me, I think that has to be the benchmark for the season. Chris, did you enjoy either watering the plants or finishing having a Tommy Tank about your Prediction League points? He's got a mouthful, so I don't know what happened if he had a Tommy Tank, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm saying. Jesus Christ.
I didn't press the repeat button.
You really didn't, Chris. I've been sat here chatting like a wally, which is usual for me. But
I could hear somebody talking in the background. I thought, that sounds like Brad.
It was. That's because it was.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Let's don't forget, guys, as well, is we are available on all the main podcast platforms. So if you prefer to listen and watch, you can find us there. And please do all of that it says there as well. Right, Bradley, let me get the details, and we will go through. Be nice to actually do it on a win, won't it?
It will. Especially, Chris, after we felt the effect of keep going and it'll happen had worn off after the Palace and Fulham result. So,
indeed. Well, we are going to start with, as Joe said there, actually, if Spurs don't do better than today, they could go down. And can I just say, I am probably, I don't know about Jim, but I'm probably the oldest one in the chat, and I was the last one that needed to go for a wee. All I'm saying.
Well, that just says it. Bladder of a youngster, mentality of a youngster. Maybe that's what's keeping you young on the inside, Chris.
Possibly. Stelarczyk got an 8 off Jordan.
I think spot the difference between him and some of Madsen's performances this season when he's been fit. Madsen's injury looked like it was going to be detrimental when Rude stupidly thought Danny Ward was a good goalkeeper. But Stelarczyk now will be turning around going, sorry, mate, you ain't getting this shirt back off me. I'm want to be starting every week. And he warranted that, in recent weeks. I don't think you can blame him for the goal either. Some very vital saves, some vital touches to take some shots out onto the crossbar, to give corners when it could have easily hit the back of the net. I'm going to give my man of the match the highest rating that I've probably given a while. I'm going to give him a 9.5, Chris. I thought he was absolutely superb today in all aspects that you want from a goalkeeper, from saves to commanding his box to not panicking, So, I mean, some might say, a couple of them saves are offside. Well, one of them was very tight, and it doesn't matter. Stelarczyk wasn't going to go in the net and go, well, I know you're offside, mate. He made that save, and he was brilliant. So, 9.5.
I'm going to give him a 9. We'd have probably got a 10 if he'd got the clean sheet. Not that was
I know I shouldn't warrant it, but had he kept the clean sheet, he'd even get the 10. I think that's fair.
Like I said, I'm not blaming him for the goal. James Justin, I thought he had one of his better games, and it almost, whether it's the fact that we've signed a new right back or not, I don't know. But even if it does, when you look at it now, maybe the team's a little bit more balanced. Thomas and Christensen, James and Koulibaly, who gave the ball away as soon as he came on, of course. Got a 7 off Jordan, and I'm going to say, I probably agree with that. I'm going to get. Now, I'll let you go first, and then I'll decide.
Yeah, look, it was his better game in his unnatural position. Was allowed space because of Tottenham, to be fair, but it was. I feel like, and Rude, when because we have so many people on the post match, I kind of look at snippets or read little bits of post match to try and get some post mortem. Usually with Leicester, not today as such, obviously, because we won the game. But I did notice that Tom pointed out that Rude changed the system. He seemed to tweak just little things about players today. I noticed James Justin managed to get into space a bit, get up with the front men a bit, and give us that energy. I'm going to stick with the half marks here, Chris. I'm going to go 7.5.
Okay.
You can go 7.75 if you want, Chris, just to be difficult.
Fuck off. No, I'm going to go 7 because it was a better performance. And I think we're seeing possibly where, look, when the team plays well, individual team players play well, and it was a good performance all round. I still prefer him on the left, but I'm going to give him a 7. He didn't really do anything wrong. Now, in fact, no, I'm actually going to take that down. I'm going to take that down to 6, to be honest with you, because he was half at fault for their goal.
To be fair, the whole defence has been bad for goals over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
They have, which is why I've taken it down to 6. And it's why I'm going to follow what I've said with you, and I'm going to give Faze 6 because he was the other one that was at fault because their player, Richarlison, just ran straight through them. They then said, let's open like a pair of curtains, and he ran through. So he gets the 7, does Faze from Jordan, but he gets the 6 from me.
I think the defence was solid, Chris. Look, that is now. If you're like I said this earlier in the show, the one glaring thing that Rude will be pulling his hair out. See, I knew my lady spoke sense. She knows football. She knows what she's talking about.
Just had the bad choice of men.
Well, I mean, Leicester fan, handsome. I mean, she has glasses, so she needs to get them tested. She says that, but I'm going to take every compliment she gives me. So, but no, I think they had a really good game. They were solid. I think for the first time today, going a goal down, they didn't drop the shoulders a little bit. They stuck to it. They obviously, no smoke without fire. I mean, I don't think you bring on Buonanotte if you have a problem with him, or at least enough problem to, get him on. So all I'm saying is, I think he was solid. I think he had help from his teammates. It was nice to see a bit of unity in the performance today. Yeah, I'm going to give him a 7, Chris. The goal needs working on because I think Villa's goal, Fulham's goals, Crystal Palace's goals, and today's goal all came from carbon copy. Rinse and repeat that. And it does worry me if Everton do that, the same thing's going to happen. But we have had that problem all season. I mean, even back when Southampton game, Chris, they scored their goal exactly the same. So I'm going to give, and that follows on to Vestergaard if you want to shorten the Vestergaard rating. He also gets a 7.
He gets a 7. 7. And he gets a 6 off Jordan. When he came short and pressed, he often didn't win the ball, and that did mean he was out of position for a few dangerous Spurs attacks. However, in the second half, he was in the right place. The head clear crosses.
He's headed into cottages. No wonder he got a 6.
TJ has given Jakub 9. But we're up to Vestergaard now. One of Stolarczyk's saves, he came out for it because I don't know which Tottenham player it was. It was in a race with Vestergaard, and you could just see the gap between them getting bigger and bigger and bigger as Vestergaard couldn't keep up. And to me, that's when you're thinking, well, where's FaZe? Which is part of the reason I've given FaZe a 6, because he's supposed to be the fast one. Where was he in attempting to get back?
True. But he may have also been caught out of position, so FaZe may have been trying to get back. But we're going to get that though with Vestergaard. Like, it's the Wes Morgan and Robert Hoof of this team. He does need people close to him.
He knows what's wrong. Rude knows what he's good at, as Enzo said when he brought him in back. He said, I know what his problems are, but what it's what he brings to the team. So I've gone 7.5 for Vestergaard.
Is that because he's your love child?
We'll see when you come to Samari how much you give him. Christensen, where do you go with Christensen?
Had a really good game, I felt. Creative in that first half. Fell off in the attacking sense in the second half, but that wasn't a bad thing, given the circumstances. I think we kind of foreshadowed how Leicester were going to go about seeing out the last 20-odd minutes of that game, and his position was really good. He stepped into challenges. He got, right, he didn't rush into them. He waited. Second, he saw a moment to beat someone to the ball when Spurs switched off for a second, or it was a weak pass. He was straight into them. Great positioning. They had a torrid time down his side getting past him on that left-hand side. And if Wayu does get in ahead of Justin in the next coming games, Justin's not taking out left-back position off Christensen. I'm going to give him an 8, Chris. For all the stick he's been getting recently off some fans and in different performances.
I think you meant Koulibaly, not AU.
No, I said Wayu. Wayu.
Oh, Wayu, sorry.
Yeah.
You're going to have to say Koulibaly. Wayu's going to confuse us all.
Let me hear you say Wayu. There you go. That's going to be a chant when he starts playing. There you go.
Oh, definitely. I've said before, my worry with Christensen is that when he does go forward, he doesn't get the crosses in. But a lot of that can be blamed on the fact that there's nobody for him to cross into. But I thought he had a good game as well. I've matched him with Vestergaard at 7.5. However, Jordan, 5. He struggled at times after he produced a good cutback to AU early on. He gave away too many fouls, and at Kulusevski in behind for his big second half chance. Although as the pressure was piled on, he did stand firm. He gets a 5, and I think that is very, very harsh.
Hello? Yeah, you Jordan Blackwell's drug dealer? Yeah, stop giving him whatever you're giving him because he talks absolute shit. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, cut him off. No, it's for his own good. Yeah, did you see the game? Yeah, he just gave Christensen a 5. Yeah, stop dealing with him. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Sorry, Chris, I had to just deal with that. Yeah, I look out for people that are down on their luck and, and going through dark times. And I just had to make sure somebody didn't get any more supplies after that because do you need these, Jordan? Or do you need to go to an optician's yourself? Because if you're giving one of our defenders a 5 after the most resolute defensive performance in a hell of a long time,
do
you need help, Jordan? Are you okay? Please contact the Samaritans or LTID TV. Not me. Contact Chris because I won't sympathise with you. I want to box you on YouTube. But 5, is he okay?
I disagree. Well, look, I've 7.5, 8. We virtually agreed on that, haven't we?
Yeah.
As with Vestergaard, you went 7. I went 7.5. Samari, I was going to let you have a quick wank.
Cheers, mate. Look, honestly, keeps improving. For once, we're not talking about Samari as being one of the bright sparks in terms of everybody else had a bad game, or we've been beat again, and he was the only one that seemed to go forward. But again, he has calmness on the ball. And right now, given our situation, I'm all for hoof football. I even messaged Jess at about 96 minutes when we had that free kick, Stolarczyk, hoof it, sometimes it's better. And I'm not,
you're going to start playing out from the back. Like,
I know, that's what I was like, no, who can't kick? Please kick it straight to their goalkeeper. Do whatever you need to. But he has that calmness, Chris, that when Spurs tried to just squeeze us and win the ball just outside their own box, he went, thank you very much. And all of a sudden Spurs went, oh, fuck, now they're, 40 yards up the pitch because he's just absolutely mugged us off. And I really like that about him. And I think it's what we expected to get from Harry Winks that we haven't got this season, which he did in the Championship for us, which was burst out of the defensive trap and get us on the front foot, or, as it was needed at that time, get it as far away from our goal as possible. Having said that, he was outshone for a change today by a few others. So I'm going to give him a 7, Chris.
I listened to what you said.
And ignored it.
No. Because, that was how I was feeling, I have to say. Look, I've got last week's predictions as well, and I got 8 points there as well. We've all gone for an Aston Villa win, by the way. So,
yeah, that's great. Is it 4-2 yet?
Well, I went 3-2. So
I went 4-2. So if they can get 4 and then they can concede 2, that'd be great.
He was more conservative. He went 2-1. But no, I took on board what you said about Simone. It was just that one moment, and I just saw him doing his, Henry VIII's impression. I was just that was a great joke. Thank you, Hugh from Mock the Week for that one. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, 7. To be honest with you, he didn't really do anything wrong, and Jordan agrees with us. Winks. I don't know where to start with Winks. A couple of times. I'm sorry, Ben. We have started doing halves. Not for the performance as a team. That's still solid. But for this, we're doing halves. Brad's trying to get me down to do quarters. But, I'm fighting the urge. And I've done that quite a lot over my life. But no. Winks, he's still... I still would not be starting him. I'm sorry.
What's your rating then, Chris?
I'm going to give him 5.5.
All right, Blackwell. What the heck? No, but
I'll just say Jordan gave him a 6.
Yeah, I say that though, but I do agree with you. He was very fortunate that the rest of the team were also committed to the cause. And I will say this about Winks: he has gone from last year being first name on the team sheet to the reliable man in midfield who we're always looking forward to make them tackles when we needed them and breaking us out to sort of proving what I said when we signed him. I'll take him in the Championship, but I'm not sure about the Premier League.
That's what Spurs fans were saying, to be honest with
you. Yeah, and I think we're seeing that now. When Ndidi is back fit, I think he's back training. Does he get in? Yeah, he does. Unlike Hamad's and Stolarczyk thing, I don't think there's a case for Winks to keep that position because, yes, he recovered a few of his own mistakes, but he should not be making them mistakes to begin with. I'm not going to go for a 5.5, but there's a little bit of redemption for Jordan here because I'm going to go for a 6.
Well, 5.5, 6 again. We're not.
You see, the real reason he said that is so he can justify a 5. Really, he's just giving it a half to make it sound better. I know you, Chris. I know you're okay.
Ronald's giving him a 6 as well. Now, Mr. Ayu, here's my first bit of humble pie. I was not impressed with the team when it came out. I think I say the three, that was the three geriatrics up front, wasn't it? You know, but I thought he had a decent game. You know, look, he proved me absolutely 100% wrong in everything because I said he can't start and he shouldn't be on the wing. He did what he did when we were 2-1 up. I was actually thinking, please don't take him off because he was going down and, you know, I'm sorry, there's no way that you get elbowed at the top of your chest and you go down holding the back of your head, but well done, Jordan. Yeah, exactly.
He used that 30-odd-year-old brain of his, didn't he?
It was literally using his head, as they say. Yeah. I'm gonna be a bit controversial. I'm gonna give him a 7.
I mean, you know, sometimes, Chris, and maybe Rude looked at how Spurs are at the moment, not just in form-wise or confidence-wise, but he's looking how Ange's being stubborn in the way he plays. I have seen the meltdown of Spurs is hilarious to watch. By the way, all the reports, I'm in a group chat with Spurs fans. It's a great read, Chris. I'll be reading that later on, seeing their meltdown. I think it was, you know, I was with you, Chris. Dakota Reed, what? Are you on what? You know, where's Mavadidi at least? You know, okay, I kind of with you if there was a little bit of a bust up, you know, Buonette's on the naughty step. It was good to see Buonette come on, by the way, because it shows that it's not completely fractured between them two. But in regards to AU, right man for the job. Pissed Spurs fans off, which upset the apple cart, which upset the players. He got under their skin. We was told that's the player you're going to get. Someone who gets on the nerves, annoys them, wins free kicks when he get, you know, like Cafu, gold in his face when the ball at his ankle sort of thing. You know, or Rivaldo, whoever one that was that did it. You know, the Brazilian where the ball rolled into his ankle and he grabbed his face. You know, he's going to do things like that to wind you up. And I'm all for it while he wears a Leicester shirt. At least we got one decent striker from Crystal Palace this season, it seems. And we're going to give him a 7.5. Oh, sorry, did I say out loud about Edward? Sorry.
6 from Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know. El Canoes, again, I'm thinking, why has he been taken off? I think he was trying to make a statement with bringing Buonette. Because it was one of those games where I'm thinking, don't change it. Because, you know, you can sometimes change things and it goes wrong because it just disrupts the flow of the game and disrupts the team. And suddenly you're playing the ball into a gap because you think your teammate's going to run onto it. It's a different teammate and he doesn't. So I was kind of thinking, 70 minutes, maybe don't make any changes. Maybe he brought Buonette on to sort of just say, fuck you. We are getting on okay, sort of thing. I'm going to go 8 because he would have been my man of the match if Stolarczyk hadn't had such a great one. Jordan's gone 7 while he was bright early on. His decision making was poor and sometimes a little too greedy. There's a thin line, I guess, between greedy and confident, isn't there? We've said this before, but he's given him a 6. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
No, Jordan, whatever you're smoking, you're not getting any more, mate. I've been on the phone to your dealer because you're talking absolute tripe. Look, I want a bit of greediness, a bit of flair in it, and he's showing the passion, you know. Bit of a slow start. Cooper seemed to slowly be backing him before he got sacked, and Rude's really backed him from it, and he's flourishing. I mean, he's talking a 21, 22-year-old maybe now, but he's really coming into his own. He was bags of confidence. The goal was fantastic. You know, and we've been struggling for them in recent weeks, Chris, and he scored 2 of our last 4 goals. You know, he got the 1 goal against Villa and again today. He looks a player that, funny enough, Chris, it's almost like the more you play him, the better they get, the more confidence they get. Who knew, right? Who knew that was a thing in football? Not a myth, you know, myth, you know, myth busted, if you will, if you know the show. I thought it was brilliant, and I'm exactly like you, Chris. If it wasn't for the phenomenal performance of Stolarczyk with some of them fine saves, and I don't mean, you know, because of how fine touches, you know, made the saves and all that, he would have been my man of the match. I'm giving him an 8.5.
You just got to be different, haven't you?
I do. Just be awkward.
Now,
I'm giving myself 8.5 points in the predictions league now because I'm in charge. I'm going to go on our chat and edit them all and go in the group.
But I check them when they come through, you see. That's what it is.
No.
I don't trust your maths or anything, but, you know.
Oh, like I don't trust your penmanship, mister. I got 2-2 when it looked like 2-1.
You could have watched the show back.
Well, no, I've got more better things to do in my life than listen to you make predictions. Like maybe I should stop watching them and make points.
Look, I had half of my humble pie earlier. Here comes the other half. Bobby de Cover-Reed.
What a signing.
Jordan. What did I give him? 3. Look, we know one game doesn't change things around. He was another who was decent without being hugely threatening in the first half with some of his good runs not found by teammates. In the second period, he delivered a perfect cross for Vardy's goal. He gets a 7 from Jordan. I'm actually going to give him, and because I have questioned him, I'm actually going to give him a 7.5 as a sort of a way of redemption. We've said about redemptions, haven't we?
Yeah, Redemption FC, mate. That BO5 name this season. You know what, Chris? Again, first saw the team sheet. I was like, what in the actual are we doing? Rude's, Rude's lost the plot. Cooper out, Rude out. You know where I was, especially at half time.
Yeah. But I can read your message out again if you want.
No, it's already on record. That's enough, thanks. But no, you know what, mate? He worked really hard and he played a vital part for our goal. And he was able, Chris, you know, sometimes they say you need to put the experience on there to show the youngsters how to do their jobs properly and maybe learn and develop a little bit. And this isn't an overall dig at Mavididi because he is older. He's not a kid. He's not 20 or 21. I think he's 26, 27 now. So he should know a bit better. But I think he learned today from de Cover-Reed how if you can't get the space, you make it for yourself. It's like Jordan said, he was a little bit frustrated, a little bit isolated in that first half. But that goal showed his smart, showed his experience, showed his brain. He just waited. He noticed that Spurs were tunnel vision focused. I'm going to run in down the left, got the ball in, pinpoint cross. Jamie Vardy tried his best and missed it, but he didn't, and he deserves all the credit he's going to get. I'm going to give him a 7.5 as well, mate.
Oh, we agree. We must stop doing this. After Bobby de Cover-Reed, we have got Jamie Vardy.
I still do not think we should be putting all the workload onto Jamie Vardy as our saviour up front. Having said that, I do concur with others who ripped me to shreds a little bit on my 11 that I put out on the Facebook page for including Daka up front.
I put AU up front, mate.
Well, I think I will have to eat my humble pie and admit that I should probably be more trusting in him being on the pitch than Daka. Although Daka's going to get a fair rating from me on the sub bench. But also, Chris, I feel like Vardy yet again just showed us he has still got it in the tank. He shouldn't have to be doing this every week, though, Chris. And I still feel like there's a little bit of an argument to say, yes, he got a goal today. That was great. And it completely shifted the momentum of the game. But that aside, Chris, I don't think he touched the ball in their box. He had that volley that was blocked that, to be fair, would have ripped the net open. But that aside, it was still a fairly quiet game. All Vardy's showing there he still has the football mentality and the footballing brain to do a lot with not much. I'm going to give him a 7.5 because what he did was worthy of getting us 3 points today. But we cannot get carried away with that. We have to remember that, you know, Vardy has missed chances in that half, and if it wasn't on the goal line, I would have feared him missing it myself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, if that would have been the end of his career if he'd missed that one, I think he would never have lived it down. He got a 6 off Jordan. He can't keep a good man down. His touch was heavy in the first period, but he never lets a poor showing affect him, and he was the man in the right place to score the equaliser. We've been critical of Vardy in the past, but it was written in the stars. 9 in 12 he's got now against Spurs, if you include today's goal. That's not a bad record, is it?
No, it's not.
You know, usually, though, we do end up on the losing side. I've gone 7 because we've been very critical of him at times, and I think it's only fair to be, would he have been in that position in other games? No, because, he was that high up the field. He was probably getting a nosebleed. But, well, we're going to very quickly go through, the things, well, no, I'm not going to go quickly because I disagree with some of these. Brunette got a 4 off Jordan.
Again, the substitutions were more probably to save a bit of tired legs. I think a 4 is fine. I'm going to give mine now, Chris, because I've just got a message I'm going to have to shoot off, I'm afraid.
Oh, very good, no problem.
But
can I just say, if you're shooting off, I'm glad you're not on camera. We
don't
want all that going everywhere, do we?
No, we don't. But Buonate gets 4, Daka gets a 6, Cody gets a 5. Wayu not really available. He lost the ball, but at least he won it back and showed a bit of flair.
Yeah, he wasn't on long enough, really.
Yeah. I'll leave it there, though, Chris. But thanks for having me on.
Very quickly, you missed Skip.
Oh, Skip in the bin. No, 5. 5.
All right, mate. Enjoy. Goodbye. I take it you're off to football. All the best, mate. Take care.
Take care.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much to Bradders there, or as we like to call him when he's not available, Bradley. He can't do anything. I can call him Bradley. Sorry?
I heard
you. Go on, Bradley. Go off and go to the football. He loves it. Here we go. Right. Okay. So, he's gone 4 for Brunette. I'd probably go 5. Daka 5. I'm going to go 5 all the way down for the subs because, they didn't really have to do an awful lot, did they? That's it. We've won. Is this what winning feels like? Look, enjoy match of the day too, everybody. And if you are with a Manchester United fan, come on, Fulham. And every time they go, I've been round there going, are you here to watch a decent team? That's what the Man United fans that in my family have said to me. I do hope they lose. It is amazing, LCFC. You're all right. Thanks to everybody that's been on. We've hit the 4,000. Amazing. Absolutely appreciate it. Unbelievable. Please don't unsubscribe when you leave the channel because and I understand that happens. Of course, you subscribe to chat and then you unsubscribe. But please stay subscribed. If you are still available, then please do click the like button. 83 today. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Thanks to the mods that have been in. Thanks to all my guests today, Brad, Wayne, Tom, and Jim. It's been great. Love this show when we win. I love the post-match section. I'll see you tomorrow night. Not sure whether it's 6 or 7. I need to have a word with Tom. I will see you then. And we'll be talking all things weekend review. Take care, guys. Enjoy yourself. Stay safe. And I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night now.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You'd better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.